show the dangers of fake news.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're ready for more shenanigans because it's time to dive into our first match of the day. It is a big one, Na'Vi versus Leviathan. But before we get into what they're doing now, let's go back to the start. Go back to where it all began, Mimi. Masters Copenhagen, when we first saw what these teams can do.
Yeah, and for both these teams, that was their debut international event. And for the side of Leviathan, it was an event of chaos, of looking like they were going to go out early, but by just some ridiculous plays, managing to pull off a win over Xset with some of these absolutely wild, iconic rounds. Back then, Leviathan was not the same team they are now. They were so much more defined by the individual skill, by the chaos, by their ability to make crazy calls under the pressure of this new stage for them.
Yeah, I think it was chaos for them. They didn't have their coach at that point. It's been a steady rise for them too. But remember who won that tournament? And I think the really interesting thing is both these teams, that was their first international tournament. FPX back then, Na'Vi now, did win, and I think they started to look like the best. Remember, they had that lower bracket run. Sugetsu wasn't even there, and they went crazy throughout.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great debut for both of them, but things obviously have changed a little bit as time gone on with Lev. Mimi, they could potentially make their first ever top 4 if they can win today.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Bala, this has been a continual upswing since then for Leviathan. They looked rough at Copenhagen. They pick up a fantastic coach and are able to make a run at champions, and they still fall flat. They still get eliminated in that one, but now here, they've come in and are looking absolutely strong and are on the verge of finding what would be this team's strongest placement ever.
Yeah, I think what was cool about their Champions run, too, is during that group stage, I think a lot of people, once they had their coach back, might have said they looked like the best team coming out of groups. Yeah. It was just a rough playoff stage for them where they end up losing to the eventual winners in Loud. Yeah, Owner, I think, has a big part to play in how this team has gone on a steady rise.
And this would feel like the logical next step in that steady rise. Going from falling in the playoffs early to, in this one, if they can take this series home, finding that top 4 finish and continuing that upward trajectory.
I mean, this is the thing, right? The expectations at this point is that this team can do that. I think back at Copenhagen, it was kind of like, oh, what can they do? And now we know what they can do, which is what's going to be making it very, very exciting. But I want to move on to the other side of Na'Vi because, Bala, you already mentioned, they've lifted a trophy before, and even though they've added CNED, they can be one of the first teams, the only team that could potentially lift another trophy.
Yeah, I mean, Loud has a chance this tournament as well, but Na'Vi looks really, really good. So, yeah, could they get a second? I think the argument is yes, for sure, because you've already seen them do it once. That's the type of thing that you kind of need to see one time for you to truly believe it can happen again. And I think it's all led by, yeah, Angel and the amount of prep and individual setup that every single player is doing. It's looking like they're honestly practicing out of their minds, and everybody individually too, just working so well within the strategy and setup provided by Angel.
Yeah, and harkening back to Copenhagen, when they won that event, it was with a sub. It was with probably the hardest run they could possibly have, playing game after game, day after day. Here, it's single elimination. They've had their full roster. They've had plenty of time to practice. It feels like the stars might be aligned for them to be the first team to win another tournament.
This is the thing, though. Both teams have a lot for them, a lot of positives why they can win. But is there anything against them? Is there anything that you feel like could potentially mean that they're going to fall short?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it's never happened before for Na'Vi, I think is very clear. I mean, you could see basically the different winners of international tournaments and how it's kind of not happened again. Optic was the closest. Actually, Gambit for sure, all the way back in 2021, but Optic last year was the closest. But FPX, they still have made it to top 4 both times. This would basically be a repeat of that if they can just win this game. So that's not enough. They have to even go further.
Yeah, the expectation is definitely victory for this team, and I think anything less, and I think they will be a little bit disappointed in themselves for not being able to do so. For Leviathan, though, I think they do feel that similar pressure because they have been so incredibly hyped up heading into this event. I think out of all the teams here, people have been the most excited about Leviathan. The Scrimbucks have been the highest. So making that top 4, maybe even winning the tournament, I think hitting those heights is now the expectation. It has changed infinitely since when we first saw them.
I mean, both of you are kind of touting up that both of these teams have what it takes to win. But Mimi, are these two teams, in your opinion, the best teams we have right now in this tournament?
In my opinion, I think that these are the two best teams that we have seen thus far in the lock-in. I think that for Na'Vi, they have looked incredible. Every player looks like a star. Their ideas have been fantastic. And the same for Leviathan. Everyone is popping off. They seem so much more structured. They seem like such a more complete team than even the already good heights they were hitting in the past.
Yeah, I think the answer for Na'Vi is 100% yes. Number one, they've proven that they could do it before, and they look as clean as you could ever imagine with the addition of CNET 2. But for Leviathan, I could see the argument. I could see the argument, but what I would say in negative to them is that they kind of have looked like they've struggled a little bit against weaker teams so far. They've had to have insane moments from King. They've had to have ridiculous clutch and potential to continue even in this tournament. Yes, the Scrimbucks are in their favor, but they still need to prove a little bit more for me.
Well, let's break it down a little bit more. When it comes to the styles of both of these teams, Mimi, talk me through why Leviathan are up there.
I think part of the reason why I think that Leviathan is actually a competitor for being one of these top tier teams is exactly what you're mentioning, Ball. The fact that they've had hard games and that they still are able to come out in these close series and make absolutely wild calls to win out. This team is excellent under pressure. They were even all the way back at previous events, and you're seeing similar plays here. This call was wild. Mazzino teleporting behind as his team pinches onto site, and Vitality gets overwhelmed.
But
the way this team plays is just full confidence.
Yeah, but this is exactly the type of chaos that you were talking about when they were at Copenhagen, right? Sure. It's almost exactly the same play. It's just a different controller on their team instead, but they still end up punching it out. That is going in their favor for sure, but it's not necessarily the type of consistency and comfortable spot that you need to be.
Yeah, I think that there is that question of consistency, but for me, they've also shown that in more normal rounds, they can also be fantastic in the mid-round.
Yeah, I did want to bring up some stats here because that kind of lead in both directions, right? Both Na'Vi and Leviathan look so good in comparison to the field. You can see on the stats right now. But what I'm talking about when you're talking about weaker competition, Na'Vi have faced also not the best competition, but they've done it in a much cleaner fashion.
I'm feeling a bit of a divide here. I feel like you're really confident in Na'Vi. They've proven themselves. And Mimi, I think you're singing the praises of Lev. But I think we need to dive deeper when it comes to the players. And I think two of the players, King on one side and Xiao on the other. Mimi, these two players are just so instrumental right now.
I think we've already mentioned King quite a bit. And I want to continue to hype him up because he has been having an absolutely all-time great tournament here. You talked about the clutches, Bala, and you say in a way that that's a weakness. I think that Na'Vi has also had to rely on these moments, but for me, I've seen so much consistency from Leviathan in being able to win out these late rounds, in King being able to clutch up these wild situations. I mean, again, there's that same round flashing back. They still channel that chaos, but they've added in structure. They've added in the ability to have consistent calls when they aren't leaning into that style. Yeah. I think this team can do both at this point.
Yeah, well, I think the point, though, being that Na'Vi have had to rely on clutches a little bit, yes, but and I'm not going to doubt you on that at all. I agree with that, but it hasn't needed to be close. They haven't needed to rely on Xiao to clutch the 24th round type of thing, and I think that's really important, right? I think in all their games so far, they have had some slight uprisings from teams like Crew, like Secret, but every single time it ends up being just a stomp towards the end. Like even that comeback, the 9-3 on Lotus against Crew, was really, really easy for them in the long run.
Sure, but they still had to rely on that comeback. I feel like every time we've seen a half played out of this Leviathan roster, they're always able to come back in, take that tack pause, come up with an idea to be able to fix things. They've had close games, but they haven't had a half where they've been completely locked out yet.
Yeah. One thing as well, and I'll give you a point here for King as well, because he's matching Xiao. You know, the Xiao show. He's matching the Xiao show in terms of clutch rate. He's at 46% or something like that. Xiao's at like 43%. They both are in the double digits of attempts, which is ridiculous for a single elim tournament where they're only playing 2 best-of-3s so far. That is absurd.
But I also think those moments that Xiao haven't been involved with, if they needed him to, we know that he will step up. He has what it takes to do those things. But it wasn't just you guys that weighed in this debate. I think a lot of people, a lot of other pro players as well on Twitter, they were expressing how much they loved King's performance. Chet here just saying that the best player in the world is King, straight up. I think Artist also weighed in on this as well and tweeted that King is the best Valorant player in the world right now, and it ain't even close.
I think a little bit of hyperbole there, but still, I think that what he's saying is valid because this guy is winning out in the clutches. He's having consistency as an individual. He's changed roles heading into this tournament and has still looked just as good individually as when he was playing that dive duelist. And the calls have been excellent.
I'm writing one
but it is
video.
Chat, it is Artists. Those guys like to tout the Scrimbucks like crazy. Every single time they lose a scrim, they're on Twitter. So don't read too much. I mean, read into it because he's already proven it here at this event. But I mean, there's still so many things on these teams. I think the argument for both of these teams being the top 2 teams at the event is very true. So this could be a final, basically, is what we're saying. This could be a final.
I mean, I hope they're going to give us the quality of what we're going to get in a grand final. I'm with both of you. I think both of you are swaying me a little bit, but I have something to share for you. Because before this, specifically for the 2 of you, we have something new and exciting to share with you guys at home as well. It is the debut of a long-awaited new skin line coming to Valorant. You're going to be able to get your hands on these skins very, very soon. That's right. It is the return of the Oni! Woohoo!
Gi, Yu, Jin, Rei, Makoto, Mei, Shu. 鬼にかような徳などいらぬ。バンだ。獰猛なる野生。 容赦なき激高。アレス。非常なまでの高慢。 混沌と憤怒悪名太く好きに呼べばいい我らが真の道は鋼が開く鬼丸国地苛烈猛然と 貴様の道は生まれる前から決まっていた。そう、鬼の道だ。
Take my money. Take my money. Just take all of it now.
Cop
Who do I give it to? Of course, you guys at home, make sure you use the hashtag VCT Lock-in and VC2 and tell us what you think about the new Oni skins and why the katana is objectively the best knife weapon now. No debate. I don't want any debate.
See the reflection?
Oh,
it's unreal.
so pretty.
It's incredible.
So cool.
The blood animation.
Oh.
You were telling me earlier how much you spent on skins already in the shuttle, and I know
Wait,
that
how
number
much?
is going up after this
How much,
one.
Bala?
No, I'm not. I can't say it on air. It's just too embarrassing.
Do it. Tell us. You have to, Bala. Come on.
$3,000.
Wait, tweet at us and let us know if any of you have spent more than $3,000 on the skins, more than Bala. I want to know. I want to know if someone's out there that spent more than Bala.
There's surely someone. It's Ye. Ye's gonna comment. I think he's bought every skin.
No.
Actually, you might be right. I think, yeah, Yay, if you're watching, let us know. Yeah.
I'm in pain.
But earlier we took a poll and asked you guys at home who had the best Omega bracket all-star lineup, Mimi or Bala.
What are you doing with the
I'll
medal
take your
already?
word. I'll
The
take your
results are in, and it's overwhelmingly.
Oh, come on. No.
So I think Bala, you should be giving this back to me.
No.
I also think it was. I also think she's right, though. I think you leaving out Durka was a bit of a troll, personally.
I would have picked CNET if I
This is
didn't
my
pick
medal.
Durka.
This is my medal. I won this.
So like
Fair
it's
and
not
square.
even it's not even relevant to Durka.
But
It's just
congratulations, Mimi. You've got 3 awards to pass to the winners, and you've got one yourself as
This
well.
is my greatest moment.
Our first analyst who's won an award in the Alfies and Omega Laws. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say acceptance speech?
I want to thank my parents, the academy, and Durka for winning me this poll.
Okay, fair enough. Well, before we jump
not
into
fun.
the games, I want to do a bit of predictions as well, because you guys at home know how much I'm loving being able to use the whiteboard, and this is my prediction today.
What is
I've got the
Wait,
the
That's pretty
king
good.
wait, were we supposed to do
ruling
I
over
forgot
his
to do this.
kingdom.
I mean,
but yeah, what have you got, Bala? What have you got?
That's really good. I tried to match the drawing, so here you go.
wait, so 1 second, guys. I'm making mine. I'm
Yeah.
making mine. This is
That's
just, this is
Angel,
just
by the
art,
way.
right? Today?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
okay.
did you
No,
do,
it's a
Mimi?
prediction.
I'm a bit
Wait,
worried. What did you
wait,
do?
I
What
just-
did you do?
I just made art. I made the scream. Wait, were we supposed to do predictions?
You're supposed to draw your prediction.
Oh,
She was too busy
Leviathan.
winning.
Wait. Leviathan.
I mean, you were too busy collecting
I
medals.
still think this is potentially the best drawing of all time. So doesn't matter how
It
much
looks
money
like
I spend on
Minecraft
skins.
Steve.
What? It's Angel. Like it's Angel. Okay.
It's not too bad.
Right.
It's not too bad. But Mimi, you need to get your homework. You need to do your homework for next time. But today,
Got scolded by
busy winning.
Mom.
well, today decides which two teams from the Omega bracket will make the semi-finals. The best of the best are here. You've heard it from Bala. You've heard it from Mimi. We have some of the best teams left in this entire tournament, and we're about to find out who's going to be going through to the semis between Na'Vi, Leviathan, Fnatic, and 100 Thieves. Lock in day 12 starts right here and right now.
Three different one table head will up. Now we will do one side left, to left side. These are two of the best teams in this entire tournament going head to head. Angel looking to lead Na'Vi to pick up another trophy, and King, they're just looking to make history for Leviathan. And so far, Mimi, I feel like they already have.
They already have. They've had a fantastic upward trajectory, but last time at Champions, that trajectory, those heights, they were shut down by the core of this Na'Vi squad. They eliminated them then, but things have changed since. New rosters on the side of both teams. Will it go differently today?
Yeah, and I'm looking at two different players as well. Ones that we really didn't talk about in the pre-show, but one I think that makes a lot of sense in this current situation, in this current meta. It's Shy versus Sugetsu, because we have a pure Sentinel meta right now, and they are both looking insane at this tournament.
And well, Sugetsu is an icon on the role. This is something new for Shy, right? He came into the Sentinel role really just for this tournament and has looked absolutely fantastic on it.
I want to talk about the map vetoes before we actually show them, because both of these teams have proven to have a really nice map pool.
Yeah, I think one key thing for Na'Vi is that they've shown not only that the popular maps they're really, really strong on at this event, for example, Pearl, but they've also come up with some nice things on a bunch of different maps as well, and even shown some Lotus.
Yeah, Leviathan will continue with their standard ban in Split. I'd expect Na'Vi to get rid of Haven. They've been banning that all tournament, and that could be tough for Leviathan. It's their best map
I would like to see Ascent. I would love to see Ascent between two of the best Ascent teams. Oh, here we go, here we go.
Remember, we saw it last time. We're going to get it again. This is a direct rematch.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good choice for Leviathan just because it's good for them not only, but also the comp that Na'Vi runs is exploitable. They don't have a Sova, they don't have a Killjoy, and on the other side, Leviathan is running that Killjoy.
Yeah, that they are. Fracture is where we head next. This is the choice of Na'Vi. I think this is one that makes sense for them. Leviathan have not had to show this map just yet, and I think Na'Vi's biggest strength is that Angel, his philosophy is that we are going to play every map. We are going to have something prepped anywhere. They very much are fixated on winning these map vetoes.
And I think this is exploitation from Na'Vi as well. Not having shown this map and also not seeing it from Leviathan, Na'Vi knows it's strong, and they're potentially going to be able to force a Pearl in this map pool as well.
Leviathan also forced to get rid of that Lotus, because again, it's one of those maps where Na'Vi has shown it. Na'Vi is comfortable. They've been in control of this veto. They get Pearl as the decider. It feels like those last two maps very much favor Na'Vi. But Leviathan, I have a lot of faith in them on Ascent. It has always been one of their strongest maps, but same is true for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that Na'Vi, out of all of the times, the 9 times they played Ascent at international tournaments, have never started on defense. They picked to start on attack the last time we saw them, but this time, Bala, they decided to go with defense as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that one's interesting. I think this map definitely favors the defense, and I think in their game yesterday, or in the prior game that they had, they definitely showed a little bit on defense that was really strong for them. So I'm definitely happy with that, and looking at the agent select, it's really looking standard across the board. The same disadvantage that I was talking about for Na'Vi and the advantage for Leviathan. Let's see if it actually shows up in the server.
Yeah, we're going to get to see pound for pound some of these direct matchups we were talking about. Taco versus CNET on this jet roll. You get the battle of the IGLs between Angel and between King. This is a map where mid-rounds on the attack are critical. Both of these teams looked excellent at that on this map of Ascent.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to your casters for today. Saisho and Brand, they cancelled their fishing trips just to be here with us. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, the rivers of Sao Paulo were looking awfully tasty, but instead I gave it up to cast this match here, because that's just how much it means to me. Leviathan versus Na'Vi, this is a battle that you do not want to miss in the slightest, because these are two teams, Josh, with a ton of history between them.
Yeah, what a game. Two heavyweights meeting at this point in the bracket. The desk was talking about the fact that had they met somewhere else, maybe this could have been a grand finals matchup. And they have a lot of history against each other too. It feels like Na'Vi are the final barrier for Leviathan to break through and become a title contender. It was this squad, captained by Angel, that knocked Leviathan out of champions. And if Leviathan can get through here, this will be their best placement at any event they've been to. And certainly the hype is behind them. The question, can they live up to it?
Let's find out here. Very fine staging ground. Ascent is our first map that we see both of these teams playing in a boatload of util. Going to be used to clear out the pizza area fight as well. This is a quick reaction, I believe, from Na'Vi, looking to try and fight them inside mid from Cat. Kill still being found, though, as Market is locked down. And CNET, the man of the hour. 2 kills with a frenzy in his hand and plenty more bullets to go. Looks like his next target hunting for Shy, but shot just going straight.
And what incredible pressure for Na'Vi to put on to Leviathan early there, challenging them as they're taking the space for their B split, not allowing them to get comfortable whatsoever. But we've seen Leviathan get scrappy and clutch. However, this crossfire just looks a bit too good. Nozwa left.
Nozwa left, and already players going to be swarming his position, so unable to really pull off the miracle that was needed. So first pistol round going to Na'Vi. And whilst we're on the topic and speaking about Ascent as well as his first map pick for them as well, Josh. Now, I was speaking to the Na'Vi guys as well recently, may have been having a beverage or two.
Okay.
And I said to Doom Bros, this upcoming matchup, Ascent, very strong map for both of these teams, right? Na'Vi, they love to play this in the past with that FPX core. It's a fantastic map for them, but the same could be said for Leviathan. So I was saying, listen, they've been talking all this smack about how strong their map pool is. Why not ban and take away Ascent? But no, he welcomed the challenge. He welcomed it.
And that's the scariest thing, actually, about Na'Vi, is that they just look good on every map that they've played so far.
Yeah.
And I think this map pool looks phenomenal. You're getting both teams at their absolute best map 1. And then Leviathan have been second round banning Fracture every time. We haven't even seen it from Na'Vi. So completely untested territory, but an opportunity, I think, for the Na'Vi prep to show. Leviathan, though, on the attack side, are no slouches on this map. They like to group and burst through A main, B main, and I think you're going to see from both of these teams the Jet Omen entry. And teams have really refined that.
Shock Dart misses the trip. That's some counterplay.
Great trap.
Yeah, beautiful. Just out of range of the common Shock Dart that would normally remove all of that util. With the classics hoping for a bit of a blessing there with the classic right clicks jumping up to try and take these fights, but surrounded in every single position, so an easy cleanup across the board. 5 players surviving, that means that Prime Gaming flawless, so Na'Vi looking strong.
And Na'Vi have got great weaponry to, you know, lean into their bonus rounds, and it's something that the squad has been doing for a long time. The desk was talking about it, though, this battle between Sugetsu and Shy, we've got to keep track of it as this match goes on. A big difference in terms of their approach to this map, obviously, in the agent selection. But that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Jet battle, too, because you've got to dodge those trips. And Sugetsu's a very crafty player. Bala's been talking about it. All of these guys are putting in crazy amounts of prep.
An early fight taken. A little bit of a cook strategy, it seems, because it's a pincer. They're just trying to basically collapse onto the top side of mid. But guess what? King ready to contain, and contain he does. 2 kills found for that one. Every single part of that plan, the bonus round cooked up by Na'Vi, just falling.
It was almost over so quickly, it's difficult to tell what the game plan was. Clearly intended to put a lot of pressure on these players in Gelato. But Takolia's entrying stopped that strat in its tracks.
यार only 2.0
Instantly getting
finally.
rid of Zipan in A main, and the threat was essentially neutralized. I love the patience and the discipline from Leviathan in these kind of moments, though. They are not going to allow the 2 players from Na'Vi to get into any unexpected positions, catch them unaware. They stabilize and spend a long time doing it before they finally group up and go for the hit.
I wanna buy
And it's
that
that
man,
balance
please.
of
Help me,
thriving
chat.
in the chaos, but also being very disciplined, that makes Leviathan such a difficult team to deal
Help me
with.
buy only 2.0.
When you watch their most iconic moments, yeah, it can feel like chaos. It can feel like they're not in control of their own destinies. But the amount that they thrive in the midst of that, and then also when you watch them in rounds like this and how clean they are, they've got both ends of the spectrum masterfully covered.
Na'Vi are going to make a go at this one, obviously, with the rifles. They got enough money to buy for the next round. This was their bonus. Very good at managing that economy, but such a task ahead of them in that 2v5. Have to be a ridiculous flick shot, but Xiao doesn't even land it. Still into the one-way, spraying it down. Angel can't quite spot that one. Mazzino crouch spraying across to eventually bring him down.
Decent damage, though, from Angel towards the end there. That'll be useful for them.
Class.
Not the bonus that they were hoping for by any means, but at least it keeps the Leviathan economy suppressed just a little. I think what you're noticing here, though, is that Na'Vi are applying a lot of pressure to mid. On their pistol round, they had a couple of players peeking from Catwalk, they had a couple of players trying to contest from Market, and stopping Leviathan from taking mid control easily. Seems to me like they want to try and force Leviathan to the outside of the map.
Prowler's going to be pushing back onto Taco. Was contained, though. Shot down before it could do any sort of damage.
Nozwa is one away from his ultimate, with the spike in hand, coming over to B main, the area that Taco and King have got under control. There's no opportunity for a repush on Na'Vi's side.
That's a big ult to gain for Nozwa. Hunter's Fury online, doesn't need to save it for any sort of lockdown. We'll see if he wants to cook anything up. Right through main, that sees is going to be a good connection and a repeak as well. Ned takes the fight. Confidence in spades.
Wait
still.
a second, Angel?
Angel's TP'd across, they don't even know it. Cutting across, completely unaware.
That's an unbelievably good play from Na'Vi. I don't know how they quite get the timing for it, but the seize and the repush.
I mean, that's insane, isn't it? Mazzino don't. Close angle. Oh my goodness, a little bit worrisome, but no, it does at least collect the 1 kill. Still.
But no real way of salvaging the
No
round.
real way of salvaging
Spike
it.
completely down. Mazzino still 2 away from his ultimate, so no chance of being able to recover it. But I think, again, you're seeing that Na'Vi understand how to get value out of the Omen, and you better believe it, so does Mazzino. But Angel is going to be doing these crazy plays where he's syncing up with CNED, and you get this duo of pressure coming not from CNED and Zipan as you might expect, but from CNED and Angel, and it's going to be the same on the other side, Taco and Mazzino. When they're trying to get into A, you'll see it very clearly. The attacking Omens teleporting in.
Yeah.
But even in that instance of the repush on B, my God, I haven't seen that one done before.
It's the crazy thing about Angel. He's perfectly willing to put himself in the line of fire.
He's 5-1 right now. It's working for him. He's actually having a hell of a tournament. But we have seen Angel in the past. When he starts losing the duels, he still keeps taking them. And I think that could be something to keep track of as the series goes on too. With King, his IGL on the other side, he's just always going to give you at least a good performance, if not a great one. With Angel, it varies a lot more. Sometimes he looks like the best player on Na'Vi. Sometimes he's at the bottom of the scoreboard dragging his team down.
Well, util committed there by Na'Vi. Fragment nade to block off any sort of deep A main push. So they have early control of that one, but it's the response from Leviathan that's interesting. Dash activated, looks like going straight into Cat, into the Cloud Burst, and straight into Heaven. If you're not ready for this one, it could do some serious damage, and Takali is looking to try and pincer any players that might be on the site, and he does claim his reward. With Angel falling, it's down to Zipan to still make the most of it. Locked down, still the players onto the site, and that squeeze and whine. Eventually, Zipan will fall.
Amazing pathing. Can CNED do anything about this?
Doesn't have the dash, though. Still is team going to be joining him. Plant's going to start to go down here. It's a 3v4.
And Nozwa has the ult for the post plant too.
Yep, close. Horn's going to be spawning one of them. King, does he want to try and take this fight? It's the off angle, and still come out on top. Turret spawning Sugetsu. Has to be brought down. One more bullet will do it. Quick reload and backs away, but his crossfire from Leviathan is just a little bit too difficult to deal with. Drops down the spray. Does claim one, but eventually traded, and there you go. Well played by Leviathan.
Great pathing. I love that strat. They've brought it out a couple of times already. They've done it on a pistol round. They've done it now on 2 of the rifle rounds. And no team has been able to put up the right reaction to it. Those players in A main have to be fed the information that that's the way that people are going. And CNED knew he could see where Taco was going. He saw the smoke. But either he didn't feed the info or Angel and Zipan didn't react to it properly because they just got stuck in A main there. Great work by Leviathan applying maximum pressure. And now the economy in danger of breaking for Na'Vi. Can Leviathan put another one on the board?
Crossed up into Pizza once more. This knife actually broken. Not too much info. Gain CNED. He overstays his welcome. See the disrespect there and a fast approach once more. Trying to at least apply that. Shao, what is that? Prediction into the Cloud Burst, but it's just him left standing. King to his knees are going to be giving all the information as well. Mazzino cuts across with that TP.
My ult is ready.
With the most to do, he is healthy. Shy weak, just trying to hold that angle, and guess what? Not expected. 4 kills in a round for Shy. What a consistent player he has been.
What a performance from Shy. That, I think, brings him 16-1 in terms of first kills to first deaths in the tournament. 16-1. Shy takes fights. He takes more fights than anybody else on Leviathan, and he's playing Killjoy most of the time. And he's winning every first duel.
Yeah, at 18 years of age.
18 years old, a brand new Sentinel player, and currently outplaying some of the best to ever do it.
Na'Vi forced down to the weaker buy. Disrespect shown, though. They want the orb, they want the Blade Storm, and that's what CNED's going to get. A very fast rotation, actually. Just a little bit of presence. No, it looks like they were second-guessing themselves there. Thought they were going to be trying to fast rotate over towards A, but just trying to shore up the defenses into mid. And Leviathan happy to take their time with this one.
They're pretty aware that Na'Vi have been fighting them in mid. And in theory, that should mean that the burst plays into B and A are a little easier to pull off because the defense is a little weaker. But look at this read from Angel. He's got 3 players. Zipan coming over as well. That's 4 ready to fend this off. I know it's only Sheriffs in the hands of Na'Vi, but CNED with a Blade Storm and just the sheer quantity of players they got to get through.
Yep. Paranoia rips across there. Ult's going to be denied still. Leviathan do not cancel this hit. They have 45 seconds in the round. Dropping down. King has to make the most of this one, but still CNED at the back of the side, and another flash does push them back, and this is where it gets dangerous. Mazzino has something to say about it. The crossfire set up, immediate reaction from them, making sure to double up so it doesn't get too messy.
Very nicely done from Leviathan. Definitely thought Na'Vi had their chances there. But we've seen that not quite being able to maximize his potential in backside. And honestly, just incredible awareness from the Leviathan guys. What I love about watching this team is their protocols are so drilled on the entry. There are always players at the back that are hanging there waiting for rotators. They never get over-flustered and pile 5 people into the site. Very drilled team. Now Na'Vi with a chance to reply. CNED, operator online.
Oh, and he hears the updraft. He's worried. Backs away from that angle. Knife broken, but, well, commits a dash anyway.
And how quick Leviathan are to take that space away from him. But I think CNED will have another bite at the apple here. He's such an aggressive player and one of the most skilled oppers in the world. It's a shallow angle. That mid control that Leviathan did take, they backed away from it now. And Xiao just threw a haunt for him in mid, so that's going to give CNED a bit more confidence to get up on this angle again and feed information to the rest of the team.
But it's setting this one up for a bit of an A-split, so it seems. Another smoke pushing them back. Prowler gives potentially some false information there. Shy catching that one, so Na'Vi not going to be too committed over towards A.
It actually looks like this is going to be a lockdown fake. I'm not sure whether they'll call it off after King got spotted at Cat. But I could definitely see this being a lockdown fake with Shy and Taco.
Yeah.
They need to wait for long enough so that it's feasible that King could have gone away from Cat.
It's a spammable angle. Xiao's going to destroy it immediately. He's got the Odin in his hands.
Bit of a mistake there, isn't it?
That's a big slip up. Still, they want to apply it. Yeah, just waiting.
It's still bait Zipan.
Right into Cat. And they find that opening. They're going to take it down to Sagetsu. Throwing out that neural theft. Gives him good information now. So he knows top mid going to be compromised to a degree. An opportunity for Na'Vi. They can try and play this a little bit fast. Seeing their backs away. Someone needs to get rid of that drone. Util in the hand still. Through the cage now. Shock dart up close. And that angle. Not watched for, yet it matters not. Sagetsu tried to cool down the weapon and take the fight anyway. Down, clearing out the players. All up to Shy. Still one more player to help him out in main. And each player does the job that was set up for them.
So clean from Leviathan. It really is. Even when the fake didn't work, even when Shy makes that misstep, Zipan still bites on it and just faces onto Catwalk, thinking that surely everybody is in B main right now, surely it's safe. And that is the pivotal error that allows Leviathan into the site to set up in those post plants.
And a timeout for Na'Vi.
I don't know how many rounds you really need on the attack side here for Leviathan, but I don't think they need more than 5 to have a great shot at winning this map. Na'Vi are already under pressure, and they're going into an eco round. Brent, you talked earlier about the map veto being a bit of a gamble, but Na'Vi have been perma-banning Haven, Leviathan have been perma-banning Split. There are kind of, you know, different thought processes about that kind of stuff. Should Na'Vi leave Haven open and just try to punish Leviathan? But they allowed Ascent to go through, and Ascent is extremely good for both of these teams. But even among the best teams in the world, sometimes there can be tier gaps.
Absolutely.
And unless Na'Vi are able to respond quickly, you know, round 10 and onwards, Leviathan are at a serious risk of running away with this.
It's always that risk. With the pick bans, you have 2 teams like this. The favored home ground between them being that Ascent map, so of course they want to be clashing on it, but we'll see. Early days, still 5 rounds on attack for Leviathan so far means that they are in quite a comfortable spot. It's going to be a similar presence and showcase of that utility at the beginning. This time though, Leviathan trying to fight it. Fast updraft there from Taco Leah. Doesn't claim too much more.
One of the other rough things too, actually, for Na'Vi is that so far we haven't even seen that clutch, chaotic nature from Leviathan. It has been all preparation.
Yeah.
Na'Vi haven't actually been able to push them, apart from the pistol round, into a position where things look scrappy and players have to step up. You know, King in particular being the player that has done it in the past.
This time only 2 players waiting for them onto the side still. Kill trip's going to be set up here, depending on how they play this one. One of them getting broken, still the one on lane. Sagetsu is going to get suppressed there, I believe, by the knife, so none of his util going to be helping him out. And this player at the back of the side is Xiao and Sagetsu bailing each other out. Lovely flash over the top forces out that cloud burst. Zenit's still alive, but he is going to be meeting his match and still Shao, weak enough. Yeah, the bullet finds the head anyway, a bit overkill if you ask me, just down to Zipan. When he's that low, it's easy pickings.
And this is now the second time that Leviathan have finished B on an anti-eco round. And it's been close. That was still a fairly close round.
I
It
am
didn't
back.
look crazy dangerous, but you could imagine that if Na'Vi had rifles, they could have won that. They've got good ideas. And I think that's going to naturally push Leviathan into going for more A finishes, A splits, for example, A bursts, rather than finishing B when rifles are active. The first step, though, is to get through CNED's op again. They were very good at being able to get around that before, but he plucks Tackle out of the sky.
That's just counterplay. CNED's been hearing him updraft that many rounds in a row. Backing away, King though, what a play. Predicting the TP, he knew Angel was getting his little wee legs out of there.
Brings it into a 4v4, and two major players taken off the board. No defensive smokes, but also Taco can't dash in and create space for the rest of his team. How are Leviathan going to navigate that?
Grouping up towards A. With all that space that they gained prior. Setup is relatively weak. Look at that kill trip set up for somebody just to close the door. Drone and a knife to try and clear through most of this one. TP forwards, and guess what? Not shooting with the cam because they haven't even realized it yet, but finally he does. Looking for the spray down to get to, won't get too much done there. And completely avoiding door. There's the trip. Will there be a kill off of it? There's a seize. Not too much else though. Fragment nade pushes that into an unfavorable fight for King, so he's been taken out.
Very well done. The prep for Na'Vi working, and now they start with the retake.
Yeah, fighting this hard as the plant was going down still. Can the players contain? CNED watching from heaven. This choke point just trying to get managed right now. Turret's going to be shooting him eventually. Cleaned up, still shy. It's going to be dealt with, and it's all down to Nosworth.
Oh, yeah, nice
There's a
shot,
knife,
Bansh,
one
yeah,
kill
that.
though for him. Jump peek.
Oh,
Doesn't give him the easy
1v1.
shot.
He's waiting for a tap.
CNED, yeah, he's waiting for the tap. Needs to hear this one. Finally, CNED baits it out. That's a dart though. It gives good information. Has to get broken. Finally now sticking it. CNED going for half. Hunter's Fury against a Jet. A brave task indeed. Both shots missing and half on the defuse. 1-2 tries to sidestep it.
Nice.
That is
clutch.
so well played by CNED.
Fantastic stuff by CNED. It is so difficult to hit those shots with an operator. It is incredibly punishing. If you miss it, you've lost the clutch. You have one shot. If you shoot too early when they're jiggle peeking, you've lost the round. But CNED opens and CNED closes. A great round and showing that Jet prowess.
Oh my God. Just absurd.
With the map pool that we got, Bren, we are going to be treated to a Jet v Jet battle on Ascent and Pearl. Who knows what's going to happen on Fracture? But I'm hyped for it. Two heavyweights, CNED and Taco.
Despite winning the round, the money situation not looking too good. Having to buy into this one. Straight over the trip, going to be avoiding it. Cloudburst across, and so much util to set it up. The wider swing, and guess what? Similar play, Mazzino.
Good work, though, by Zipan.
Yeah, that was actually just reading that. The Mazzino was going to be trying to TP up there and ping out the locations on Heaven.
Yep. Zipan's watched the VODs. He knows what's going on. The play still worked, which is the best part about it. And there's the Jet battle again going the way you've seen it.
Still a threat. C's locking it down. Nosworth, no sound cues for him. Guy's trapped now and being squeezed from every possible angle. And that right click, I mean, good lord. Plenty of time left in the round at the lockdown. Going to be hopping and skipping, doing a little dance. Celebration time, I suppose, for winning the round.
But what a play, and an incredibly decisive retake from Na'Vi again. I'm loving what we're seeing here so far on Ascent, because we get to see all of the excellence of Leviathan's drilled executes into the site, but then we also get to see Na'Vi, the flair from CNED, the disciplined retaking, the game plans for how to get value out of Sugetsu.
And the prep as well.
Yeah, this
Zipan's
prep,
kill here.
so good.
Obviously, that play being made in a series before, actually. Mazzino doing the exact same thing, so
Yeah,
punishing that.
Actually, by the look of it in the replay, Sugetsu might have got a tag with the knife, with the cam too.
Right.
So maybe that was helpful as well for Zipan.
Potential to draw it even for the first half. Na'Vi just one more round away from accomplishing. That CNED is going to get pressured, though, off that angle. There won't be a repeat. Instead, he repositions into B main.
We've seen Navi's ideas in B main already be excellent.
3 of them. Armbot's broken. Spam into the corner.
And that is a position that Shy loves to play.
He
Shy
does.
taking
Takes
the battle.
Fight, and he wins it!
That's another first kill for Shy. He just can't lose those. 17-1.
And desperation, Angel just tanking the drone, standing wide out in the open. Dash forwards now. There's one player at the back of the site, that's Xiao. Got to do the most. Okay, 2 kills. Will he get a third? He's already done quite a lot for them. Nightfall now, scatters. Probably going to be latching onto 1. Positioning, no, and 3 kills. What more can he really do? And this has put the pressure on Leviathan. It was looking so favored for them, but King and Takolia, they've been in this position before.
But they are so trapped. They can't fake like they're going anywhere. Everybody from Na'Vi has them. And when this plant gets tapped, or when the plant goes down, Na'Vi are going to capitalize. Oh, that's a really badly missed nade there from Zipper. It was supposed to bounce.
They do get the plant down, though. Born now, pressure, counter spam play, doubled up though, they punish it, Taco! The reaction, left to that 1v1, Xiao! He set them up, but can he finish it? Such an important round, 5 bullets. No sound cues being made, trying to fake the drop. Finally does it, and then he lands it! Unbelievable! 5 kills in the round, and he's drawn his team even.
Xiao has been unkillable this tournament. Unkillable. I was looking at his stats before the series began, and it's just absurd.
Yeah.
He's winning 72% of his duels, on pace for that again, and throws an ace in there too. Not a single player can stop him. No one he's faced so far has been up to the task, has been up for the challenge.
Rabbit not ace. Gotta be kidding me.
That is an absurd clutch to put Na'Vi at 6-6 in the half, and they needed it.
Top of the scoreboard for Xiao, but that's going to be the first half dealt with. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, guys. What a half that was. We talk about preparation from both teams, and Bala, we did see some really cool stuff on both sides.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi started off really strong with the prep, and then Leviathan comes in. So I wanted to show a round from Na'Vi that was really cool and shows the insane teamwork that this team has that led to kind of a nice start. This was that B main round where Xiao throws the C's. Not only is this for info, but the decay, and obviously the C's too, finds Taco, so that's the cue for them to swing. He's using a Prowler, CNED gets in there, and with the C's as well, they're obscuring the noise, and that's how Angel gets the TP in and is able to clean up Taco.
Na'Vi had some really good stuff, but I also feel like they failed to counter out some of the set plays that we've seen from Leviathan before. They've done this setup multiple times throughout this event, and it's excellent, right? You're splitting through, you're breaking timing. It's very difficult for the Anchors to win this out, but I feel like for Na'Vi, they were struggling a little bit with the comms in that situation. Angel is trying to worry about 2 things to help his teammate in main and also worry about the flank. They get a little bit flustered and lose out on that one.
Yeah, and I think it's CNED there who's supposed to be able to hear him and calm to Angel that they're coming behind him. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like multiple situations right now, they're struggling with the communication. And Sue, you were talking about starting on attack for Na'Vi consistently. That maybe is where you can get a little bit more of that communication where it's 100% necessary to make those calls.
Still, I feel like they are running into a big issue here because Leviathan have found a fantastic half.
6 rounds is no
absolutely excellent here on Ascent. And Leviathan is a really good team on the defense. Shy especially already popping off this map. Now he gets to be that killjoy on the defense, lock things down with his utility.
Was very good stuff for Leviathan here, but like you both said, Na'Vi, they're one of the best teams in the world. If anyone has the secret into coming back into this, it is them. Let's get the second half underway and back to your casters, Sideshow and Brent.
6-6, they may have just done enough for it. Because at the end of the day, when we think about Ascent as a map, you know, that attack side can always be difficult for some of these teams. But listen, an even scoreline will be what we head into that second half with.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Xiao is just unkillable. Look at that stat at the bottom. A KDA of 3.56. And then look at what he's been putting up right now, 15-7. You expect it to go down playing against better teams, but right now,
quick video,
he's playing a blinder.
Here
we go, big play.
And it's an immediate punish.
Yeah,
Recon dodge just a bit too slow there, isn't it? And also, Na'Vi are all set up for it.
of where we want to send.
Trying to get the kill now, flooding
Okay,
straight
so
through
in
into
today's
main.
video, I want
I
to
believe there's a paranoia
use the
waiting. No,
Suncorp
it's a smoke.
Stadium
Does he
as
know?
an example. So I know
Looks
the
like he wanted
address
to
to
just
Suncorp
jump
Stadium is
inside of
40
it, and
Castle
indeed he
Main
does.
Street in
Exploration
Milton.
Big
towards
fan,
that
sir.
area.
Yeah,
Now he
yeah,
gets
yeah,
all the
yeah,
info that the
yeah,
rotation
yeah,
is
yeah,
about.
yeah,
Yeah, that's bizarre actually.
कुछ
That
बोलो
they
मत
make
तो
so
आवाज
much
आएगी।
noise. Oh my word, Sugetsu getting more than he's
काम कर रहा
ready
है,
for as
आराम से काम
Mazzino
कर रहा हूँ,
takes the
तेरे साथ
timing
साथ
off the
देख रहा हूँ।
Okay,
footsteps.
so it's found
And now as Sugetsu
Suncorp
knows
Stadium
that they've
on
cleared
the map.
out B
What
main,
we need to do
he
next
makes the
is let's go
comm.
over the left
Hey
here,
guys,
click
maybe
on
we
the
should go
share
back.
button. And the
Walking
share
all the
button
way.
two tabs
Yeah,
at the top, you wanna
walking
click
all the way.
embed
अब आ रही है
I'm not sure
अब
whether
आ
that
रही है
was a
आवाज मेरी
deliberate
clear
sound
That's going to
bait.
give you the code
It seemed
to put into your HTML
a bit too
document.
committed on the
That's gonna
rotate for
make
me,
this
but
map
nevertheless, a
appear.
very
You can have
nice
different
audible
sizes for
and
this
mid-round
map. You can
decision
have a small
from
map
Sugetsu
size.
and Angel.
Fella here.
It's left down to Mazzino.
Medium for 44, you can
Just
go
outside of the
large,
smoke, bullets going wide
quite
there.
big,
Does
so
have
a good chunk
Yep.
of
a couple
your
of
Zyada clear
paranoias,
है,
but guess what?
comparatively.
Shy's backing him out, and a
Keep
deeper
it
smoke
tab
now,
at
so
the
his
top.
team can actually
Just
start
do
playing
next
together
is
off of
just
this,
over the
moving
left here,
forwards.
on the share button.
We'll have to deal with that B
And
main
the share button,
presence,
you've got
because
three
guess
tabs
what?
at the
Sugetsu is
Okay,
there
okay,
still.
okay.
Shoulder's going to be seen. Mazzino takes the fight, running up
That's
to
gonna
him,
give you the
jumping
code
right click this time
into your
to no
HTML
avail.
document.
But eventually cleaned up. That's going to be the trade. So moving forwards now. Two players from Na'Vi at the back of the side. Angel lucky he didn't get his head ripped off. King's going to be aware of this one. Just clearing it out. Shock dart. No one close. Still Zipan. Going to be watched for a double swing. That's Zipan once more. Nozro can't hit the flick, and Na'Vi getting that pistol.
It's a big pistol round. Said it before, but 6-6 is pretty important. Being able to get one on the board there favors them in this attacking half, and that's both pistols in the map, one for Na'Vi. I think the crucial kill there is, honestly, the KO battle. King coming through, very aware of the angles and really cautious about it too. But when it just came down to the straight up aim duel, couldn't quite land the shot.
So Na'Vi going to be opting into that famous buy, managing their economy. You can see that's a Bulldog, 2 rifles online, 2 ghosts on Sugetsu and Angel.
It always puts them in such a good spot.
Yeah, if they win this round, which you know usually they do, salvage the rifles, bring it up, and then you're going to be on even footing when it comes to that bonus round.
It's a similar kind of setup on the defense side for Leviathan here. Running Takolia and some kind of presence in pizza. A dash through, Shy tries to go forwards. There's a very rare first step.
Oh lol.
Dash forwards from Taco to punish. Shorty in play. Met his match. Sugetsu. One shot to the head will do enough.
Extremely clean.
So clean.
And the rifles are going to get recovered there, so they still keep 3 into the next round.
Kind of thrown you away, you know?
And for Na'Vi,
Well, never
they
mind.
are still really good on the attack side. That's one of the great things about watching both of these teams on Ascent. They have a fantastic understanding of how to get into sites and then how to hold sites so that the retakers can't immediately swarm upon you. But on the defense side, I'm not sure I've ever seen someone as good at anchoring A as King is. I think that's part of why you saw Chet and Artist tweeting about him being the best player in the world. We'll see whether Na'Vi want to opt into challenging that A defense at some point, because it looks like this could be an A split.
Setting up for it.
It's a very nice 0 point from Zipan there, because it clears out the area of the map that CNED is going to without Zipan having to give up his position.
Prowler broken though. Taco immediately backing up there to Heaven. Threatening as well into mid while all this is happening. That's just the presence towards Cat, trying to draw those rotations. While Na'Vi claim the rest of the map straight through the middle into market now. Nozwa spots the one, cancels it. Was getting that spam kill, but now they're really just starting to turn up the heat, aren't they? Flooding into that site. How does Shao get that one?
There's been so much damage done.
And it's just that pressure straight into mid! Angel! He's been doing it all tournament long. And those are just going for that desperation spray through the wall. Matters not.
What am I watching?
Yeah.
Angel in this tournament is a man possessed.
Show me this again.
These aren't possible kills to get.
He doesn't care. He does not care.
I mean, he is just wide swinging some of the best fraggers in the tournament and deleting them. And I think this, you're seeing it here. The feast or famine playstyle that Angel has, when he feasts, he just leaves the match engorged. He's crazy.
Good luck trying to get to the top of the scoreboard if you're seeing it or anyone else.
And because Angel is just so happy to take duels like that.
Yeah.
When it goes badly for him, as we've seen in some previous tournaments, it can really hurt his squad. But when he's popping off, he just pulls out ridiculous stuff on the regular.
So a timeout is going to be pulled out of Leviathan, looking to try and contain some of this damage that's been done to them. It's not too far of a lead so far just for Na'Vi, but this could very rapidly get out of their hands, especially because there's Leviathan who were knocked down to that half by now.
Yeah, and if Na'Vi take this map, it's boding extremely well for the series. If you can beat Leviathan on their best map, and Na'Vi have a deep map pool, they're probably taking this.
Yeah.
That's why this first map is such a cool litmus test for both teams. You get to see them both up right at the top of their strengths.
Clash of the Titans.
And right now, off the back of Na'Vi winning both pistols and now the second half bonus, they're looking to be in control, I would argue, for the first time in the series. First time in the map.
One-way setup, no noise being made here. Cnet just making sure that he takes a high ground position. Jumps down as well, for the back of that flash. Horn catching the position, 2 players. Spammable there. A lot of the players just backing up.
That's such beautiful utility though, isn't it? You see how much pressure the Leviathan A defenders are under and how quickly Cnet runs in.
Yeah. They've got even more as well. As soon as that door's broken, fragment nade, pop flash play as well, and it's just buying even more time. Dash forwards though. Leviathan looking to try and take some space with that one, cut up the crossfires, but don't really have the tools for the job. On that half-by round. At this point, just hoping to maybe get a rifle or 2, take some guns out, but you don't want to be giving any ult or points as well, so dying to the spike is going to be the best play they can make.
I mean, look at the Na'Vi economy. They're going to be able to buy for so many rounds into the future. They're almost going to be maxed out.
Cnet knows.
Well, 1 kill, but it's really not going to make a difference. Yeah. Cnet's already sat at 6,000. He was going to be money capped heading into the next round. They can afford an attacking AWP if they want to go for it, although I don't know really why you would. Cnet's been so great there. Oh, he goes for it anyway. Fair enough. Adding a different flavor into the half. But I love that utility combo at the beginning, and it showcases how well prepared Na'Vi are. I feel like what we've seen from Na'Vi in the tournament so far is perfection through preparation. By putting in so much prep work, and Bala's talked about it too, it's not just from Angel and Doombros, it's from each player perfecting the small micro adjustments to their utility.
Fight to be taken though, Cnet.
He
wants it, he wants it. Cloudburst across. Cnet's going to be wondering, okay, is he still pizza? Did he back away? But
Cnet also knows that Taco is not opping. The economy did not allow for it.
And an important round for Leviathan to try and get ahead now, because he bought into this one fully. Alarm bot going to be triggering, backing away though, so pulling that util out of mid. Really slow round by Na'Vi, understandable when they've got that operator. Can't really take things at a faster pace.
And look how safe in spawn Nozra and Taco are. Because this is where Angel decided to wide swing them previously.
They're just waiting for it. Dart's covered up. Some hope of maybe just a bit of a warbang angle there to be found if it lit up any players.
At any point, this can pivot back through Catwalk too. With Zipan staying in Gelato in A main, they can go back and make this an A split whenever they like. And that is going to put pressure on King. He's already used that nade.
Pressure so far has formed diamonds out of King, and this guy, he's willing to stand up to the challenge. Horn spotting him out though, backs away to the safety of Jenny.
Oh, nice.
And he's got the backup of the rest of his team still. Na'Vi will swarm the site. Can the angle be watched for? Mazzino, again, can't quite get it, but it is traded out. Taco, knives out, right click, wow, shells down and out. And no more time to plant the spike. That's the danger when you run down the clock in that fashion.
Great defense from Leviathan, but it's not King. I mean, I suppose he gets the first, which is a great shot. But it's mostly the other players that come in to try and bail him out, Taco in particular. This position over at Heaven takes down Zipan, who's the only player in A main, and once that threat is neutralized, I mean, what a great decision to dive forwards and give your own life to deny the plant, to make it easier for the rest of your team. Selfless jet play from Taco. Gives them the round and a buffer to their economy. They need to put a couple of those together.
Yeah, that's only the first stage of this grand plan if they're to try and come back into this map and bring it up even.
I think also what you're seeing from the A defenders, King in particular, actually Mazzino as well in the prior round, is that they're getting caught out a little bit by that haunt. The haunt that lands on top. Oh, and Sugetsu just blazes down Mazzino. Does King choose to anchor this? Or
No
leave?
choice, man, no choice. No time like the present still, Taco. Heaven angle, drops down, has to take the dart out though. CNED holding inside the smoke. What an intelligent reposition. Now you're gonna see that damage being done, still fight being taken. Tackalier just opened himself up a little too much there. Na'Vi assuming the post plan position. Leviathan's economy not in a good enough place where they can try and fight this one. They have to back away with the rifles they've got. And so Na'Vi gonna be finding themselves on that 11th round, one step closer to potentially claiming the map.
It's a very different style of attacking on Ascent, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from Na'Vi. And I think it all comes down to how well they've integrated CNED into this team. Do you remember when we heard the post-match interview? I believe it was from Shao, where he said, at the beginning when CNED joined Na'Vi, he was doing Ascend things. He was running in, he was getting over-aggressive, he was fighting when he probably shouldn't. And now he looks like a drilled, but still aggressive part of this team. Every time that Na'Vi creates some space for him, he takes it. And he goes exactly to the limit and no further.
He's found a balance.
He's found a wonderful balance under the tutelage of the rest of these hyper-disciplined players. Xena getting inside the smoke is such a good move.
Yeah.
And it's the space is created for him by a tag from the Cypher Cam onto King. So he's forced to get somewhere safe and pluck it out. It's just all hyper-intelligent.
Cool. Padding.
Really drawing out that economy. Mazzino forced down to that full armor frenzy. Not ideal. It's got to start now. This round here. Na'Vi so grouped up. Looking to try and take that fight. Cam does it spot it. I think Taco might be revealed ever so slightly. Knife against the side. No chance of him reactivating that dash. And so has to play a bit more passive, a bit more patient, but plenty of time to strike, maybe take that fight. Nanaswarm at his feet. Just pushing him back. Even a drone as well tagging, but this is a different approach, isn't it? Updraft play right into market. Shy finishes him off.
Good work. I mean, not a bad play by CNED by any means, but Shy spamming into the smoke finds his head. Another first kill, by the way. I've stopped keeping track at this point, but a pivot into Mazzino. And this is the player with only a frenzy on board, so he can't really hold on.
Does not have the gun for it. Oh, that util, look at that, even the seeds as well, making sure that the smoke's clear. There's not going to be any funny plays happening. So diligent from Na'Vi, even when they're a player down.
Big ults, though, for the retake. Null command lockdown.
You're starting to see it being used. Lockdown up close. It's an awkward one. Anything to try and break it? Doesn't seem likely. Haunts. They get taken care of, but you have to respect this one. So, evacuating, backing away. I think some players are going to get detained, potentially. Yeah, looks like it. TP across will not save Angel. One more player, though. Sugetsu on Cat with Nosworth fought and claimed despite getting stuck. Too much to do for the Sentinel player of Na'Vi.
Very good round by Leviathan. Finding that first kill with a spam into a smoke is one thing, but when you look at the positioning of Na'Vi there, they came through Cat and they left Sugetsu. And the two players that were playing post-plan, they were actually ready to fight right here if the lockdown was used in tree. That's what Na'Vi are thinking about. Oh, they have lockdown. They're going to put it tree, let's fight there. And Shy instead using it over at Heaven means they can't really go for it. Yep. They neutralized Na'Vi's counter-attack, and Leviathan take another very important round. They're still 3 behind, and they've yet to actually put too much pressure on Na'Vi's economy.
They've still been building up the bank. And buying space. Taco, wow, that's such a brave fight, man.
Yeah, there's a small line between bravery and foolishness, though, isn't there? That he didn't have any support for and swung into a couple of Na'Vi players. Is King really going to go for this again?
I mean, this is
Manur.
absurd. Spots one, shot found, but Ken, just Na'Vi. They're not going to let that go unpunished. But it's just pushing all over the bloody place. That was, where was that from?
What?
A wallbang angle from there?
What an insane wallbang position.
There's no way. Where was that even from? Through the gate?
Yeah, it's through that kind of gate area where people use you know, breach aftershocks, etc.
Oh, you are kidding me.
I mean, that's nutty. I don't think I've ever seen a kill through there in a match before. Shy was incredibly weak. The weird part is that actually has allowed Nozwa to pick up Shy's weapon. Nozwa only had a pistol in this round, so it hasn't actually made too much damage to Leviathan's defense. But Na'Vi showing the same discipline that we were crediting King's squad with in the first half. They play slow, they allow the defenders to wonder about where the action's going, spread out around the map, and they've guessed incorrectly.
Yeah. Night 4 across the front section of the map. Sugetsu going to be claiming his place there onto the one side of B main. This is, again, just the levels applied to the game plan. Shock Dart, bit of chip damage onto Zipan, but now the play needs to be made. No command. Rips its way across, util combos, and the Horn not dealt with Mazzino. He was lit up and an easy target. Nozwa left into that 1v3, Cam spotting him. And Sugetsu more than ready. 4 in the round. What a playmaker.
Wow. I've got to give full credit to Sugetsu and Xiao. Their utility. The amount of times we've seen Leviathan getting blown up by a haunt and shot through a smoke or something. Oh, here's the wallbang angle too. Look at this. Pull this one out in your games.
That's unbelievable. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. It's also a very good angle for an Odin spam too. But yeah, I've got to give full credit to Sugetsu and Xiao, because I'm looking at this Na'Vi Ascent comp, and it differs from the meta in 2 crucial areas. They're not running a Sova, although that's not too crazy, but the Haunts have been getting absurd value, and Xiao's fragging is also unbelievable. So Xiao is absolutely demonstrating the reason for that Fade pick. And then Sugetsu's Cypher, in theory, works very nicely against Taco and the way that they entry into sites, but it's more than that. It's so much more. Sugetsu's getting value out of cages on the retake, and this constant cam pressure keeps tagging people around corners.
It's a weird thing to talk about.
It is, but it's actually working.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of information.
They've tagged Mazzino for him to get killed during his ultimate. They've tagged King for Cine to push into the smoke and push him back. They're tagging many players at many times. And I think here you're seeing, you know, the different value that a player like Sugetsu can get just by playing hyper intelligently around his agent. And the setups on defense were also fantastic too. 4 map points for Na'Vi on Leviathan's pick. On the map where Leviathan looked like the best in the tournament. Well, we might have to be adjusting those notions.
Change your expectations. Taco though wants to extend the playtime a little bit on this map with a kill like that. Lovely shot. Sugetsu removed.
It frees up flanking if Taco wants to go for it aggressively in the round. He's got his Bladestorm online, of course. King on a tiny angle.
Yeah, that's, I mean, just pixel angle. Nade as well pushing back that presence. What's the call being made? A lot of time still in this round. A one-way smoke means there won't be anybody pushing through that anytime soon, but Na'Vi decide to cut noise.
That's big. You know that CNED is still there. I love the fact, though, that they're pressuring King's nade out early.
Oh, deep dart, though, through B main. Now they know it's got to be that A-split. So King, again, has to be the man of the hour, holding close that first line of defense as they're already trying to apply that pincer move. And a pop flash play. It is a dodge from Angel, but only bringing King down to his knees as a Hunter's Fury rips its way across. Stops the rest of the Na'Vi players from swinging through main to try and help him out. 25 seconds left. King's not going to be able to get rezzed in the midst of all of this, but it is that 2v4.
Big ultimates have had to be used here for Leviathan, but it looks like they're going to be able to take this round. Na'Vi probably just looking to do damage to the economy here. And Mazzino wants to keep this weapon.
Yeah, you've got to keep these rifles in the economy. You've got to be honest in this one, guys. Back away. There's no way they can win the round. But at that point, there was just pride on the line, is what it feels like. Maybe get a couple of kills, you know, get the confidence going for that one. Still, 3 rounds is what's going to stand between them. Either losing their map pick or potentially bringing it to that OT.
Nice adjustment from Mazzino there on the A defense, breaking the haunt so that King could hold a close position. We talked about Xiao getting tons of value out of his utility. It seems like Leviathan is starting to adjust to that. But if you're starting to adjust in round 21, Oh, that's a little late. A little rough.
Fragment over the top, and there's that again. Waves of utility that are so damn punishing. That was a seize fragment. If that caught anybody holding that common position, they would have been toasted.
And that is a spot that King likes to hold at the beginning of rounds, and then he drops back to Generator most of the time. So a bit of a pump fake from Na'Vi.
They do love to do it, mixing in a couple of noise cuts as well, making sure that they can throw off the opponents. Down to that minute mark in the round, so everybody of Na'Vi now grouping up towards B.
Shy is in a really safe position right now. Just jump peeking mid. Angel's going back site in the hopes that he might be unheard.
I mean, TP's boathouse there, maybe for a bit of information. I'm not too sure. Still cam up top can be dealt with, and, well, there was a dart. Pawn removed, still the dash forwards. The play not being cancelled. Instead, Na'Vi want to take the fight straight to them, but already losing a player, being one down at the back of the site. Going to be matching them, and there's a bit of pressure being relieved. Mazzino TP's into the back, and he's got that paranoia. Sent flying right through Cat. Needs an upgrade, though. Looking to the back of the site. Noz was being destroyed. There's 15 seconds left in this round, and it could still get dangerous, but absolutely magnificent. The prediction shot into the cloudburst, knowing exactly where the players were going to be placed.
Na'Vi had 4 chances of winning this map and dealing a mighty blow to Leviathan. And they've squandered 2 of them. Leviathan just looking so good there. Shy is constantly spamming into these smokes. I mean, and the amount of times that he gets it perfect. He just times the dash and knows the duration, knows the distance immaculately.
Owner is just so animated, that guy.
Wouldn't you be if you were coaching in this match?
Yeah. No, I'd be stoic. I'd be like Mike. We sat there.
I'm not saying that this is a must-win map for Leviathan. We don't know too much about Fracture, and Taco went crazy the last time they played Pearl. So it is feasible that things could still go to 3. Maybe Leviathan could still win, of course, if they lost this first map. But I think most roads to a Leviathan victory start by getting to OT and winning here.
So it's forced Na'Vi to take their final timeout, at least of the first and second half. Discussing what to adjust here, because rapidly running out of opportunities to close this out. 2 more available to them.
Shao's picked up an Odin, and that makes me think that that timeout is him discussing with the team. I think we can punish Nozwa early on. Nozwa, though, not actually running an Odin in this round. So probably not going to be in the same position, although he has been holding, you know, Recon Dart, Shock Dart, and he is jumping up there.
Oh, yeah. He's on the line. And so biding their time, waiting for the dart, I think, actually. Dart, any sort of spam? No, unlikely.
Shy looking for another one of those first duels that he's been almost immaculate at, swinging off his turret, but just gets the info that CNED hadn't gone aggressive into B main. This is slow, cautious from Na'Vi, prodding around the map as the tension builds.
And the hope is that tension eventually will cause Leviathan to crumble a little bit. Maybe misstep, but so far they've been up for the task in most of their series when they've been on this global stage. No strangers. So it's really tense situations in this pixel angle. King, he's held here before. Prowler in his face though, forces that. So the nade's gonna be used to try and push them back. Now Mazzino, hell of a task. Paranoia cuts his way across, and the smoke as well through main. Just pushing through, there's nothing else to really help it out, but Mazzino once more laying claim to it. Seen it though, forcing the issue, isn't he? Pushing all the way past Jenny, Cloudburst up top. Angle created, Taco though. The operator, it's so hard, and CNED, man, he's taking the fight right to them. Bladestorm in his hands, punished with the shorty.
This is everything for Taco.
He's got to do it. Right here, right now, it's got to be that 1v2, and it's just not possible. Map 1. Completely finalized and finished up there. Na'Vi, what a way to do it.
Incredible scenes there from Na'Vi. Everything from their preparation to especially the way that they used their utility and got CNED into positions on the attack side. Very impressive. CNED coming up with the goods towards the end as well, when things looked like it was possibly going to OT. That is a big blow for Leviathan. It's probably the best map that they've demonstrated a lock-in, and Na'Vi have stolen it away.
Stolen it away and more. We'll see if they're capable of being able to bounce back. Of course, up next, that is that Fracture map. So, you know, that's going to be interesting to watch here. But some of these highlights as well. I mean, Angel, this guy just, again, towing that line between feeding and really just pulling off miracle plays.
But he has been miraculous so far at this event. I mean, no one has been able to punish Angel in the same way that we've seen at prior events. Look at the frustration on Owner's face. I think that says it all. The next map is Fracture. Leviathan have been banning it second round every time. What do these teams have to bring there?
Absolutely. Well, map 1 done and dusted, but still even more to come as we head into Fracture coming up right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You've been on my mind. Been on my mind. You've been on my mind.
Na'Vi, they continue their win streak as they take map 1 against Leviathan. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Bala. This is the second and only time Leviathan have ever lost on Ascent on an international tournament. And Bala, it is against Angel and Co. once again. They just have their number.
Yeah, on Ascent 2, where they look so good in earlier stages of the tournament, I think Na'Vi just has their number, like you said, and it's because of the things they're doing. In my opinion, Angel in that map, the calling that he was doing, and again, the prep that every player is putting into that Sugetsu wall bang, the Shao ace. There's so many moments that you're just like, this is too easy for them. And there's one in particular that I'll show later that just Angel, it's the type of thing that you see from him constantly.
Yeah, it was a great map from him. And I think the way that Na'Vi defaults on this map is so excellent. Because you could see multiple times where Leviathan wants to fight forward, they want to go for some gambits, take space on this map, but they were never being allowed to do so because Na'Vi was so oppressive. And when Na'Vi eventually went for these executes, it was so good as well.
Yeah, and they throw a little fake here towards short. But what I really want to do is bat chest about Angel, because this guy's a boomer like me, and I know Josh the other day was talking about King and how, you know, he made Vitality bend the knee, but what is a King to an Angel in moments like these? Because he is just ridiculous. He walks up mid. There's this right here is Josh was shocked about it, Bren was shocked about it. Everybody should be shocked about this because he almost broke his wrist doing that. And it's so nice because he gives you that explosivity that's not a word, by the way, but I just made it up, that you really have against Leviathan when they're the type of team that relies on that sort of thing and not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, the way that he plays on this map in particular is just so good because he's so willing to just like go for a solo play, double TP in. Anytime he sees a gap in a defense, spots a player out of position, he'll TP in, he'll close the gap immediately and pop off. And it just opens up so many options for calling in the mid round. That was just beautifully done by Na'Vi. 6-6 at the half, we thought they were out of that one, but you can never count out their attack side.
He only does things that he can do, I feel like. No one else does the things that Angel does. But there's another guy that was also popping off as well. It is Shao here in our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. The ace, you guys have that debate between King and Shao. And Bala, when his team needs him the most, he does this.
This is ridiculous. This is 2 bullets. He just shot 2 bullets. He kills 2 people and then continues to swing once the rest of his team is there. The patience for him to chill for a second as well. That's insane. But it comes down to a 1v2. And I mean, Sue, you were talking literally while this was happening. Oh, it's Shao. It's Shao. It's
He's
Shao.
gonna win it. Yeah, he wins these. He wins these. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like he always does. For Na'Vi, I think it was those clutch moments on the defense that like it was moments of that got them into the game, but what closed it out was Angel and the calling on that attacking side. And for Leviathan, in the pre-show I was like, they've never had a half thus far where it seems like they are completely locked out. That's exactly what happened here. Despite taking multiple timeouts, they never were able to find a solution to what Na'Vi was throwing.
They're gonna have to dig deep here before map 2. Let's get a warm. Take a look even in the warm-up of the Aim Lab shoot-around with King this time. Mimi, you spoke a lot about him, what he brings us to this team. How much do you think he needs to get his team together and step up going into Fracture?
I mean, I think a lot of it is going to be on him and also on kind of his ideas during the offseason. It's been a long time since we've gotten to see this team play on Fracture. We never really got to see them play it at Champions. So this is something where he's going to have to come in, have a really good idea of as a caller of how he wants to play this map, and actually this time succeed in outcalling Angel, which, as we've talked about a lot, is very difficult to do.
Yeah, and I think what was really tough as well was Na'Vi put themselves in such a good situation. In that second half, you had to give them so many opportunities to have that match point. They were so calm the entire time. You have to be pressuring them. And I think one thing that is really good about this series from Na'Vi, and just in general, is the way that they work the map pool. I mean, Josh was talking about how Fracture is kind of an unknown quantity from Leviathan, but for Na'Vi, it's been a strength for them in the past. And they really haven't been relying on it. So the way that they kind of make their pick really flexible is a strength that they have that other teams aren't really willing to do.
Which, I mean, I'm sure that made it quite difficult for Owner and for King to figure out where they were going to go in this map pool, how they wanted to prep for this one, but I'm sure they knew that Fracture wasn't going to be a possibility. Now the question is, what have these teams answered in the offseason? What is the composition they're going to run? Because previously, both these squads, we've only really seen it in the chamber meta.
Well, let's have a look here in the Prime Gaming Agent Select. We don't really see Leviathan play at all this map, Bala.
They played a little bit in the offseason, but one thing I want to know for sure right off the bat is what is Na'Vi going to go to? Because in my opinion, the Omen comp is dead with the new meta, with the way that
they do it anyway.
They do it anyways. And the reason I say that is because the one-way in A main is gone. The one-way in so many positions are gone, and they go for it anyways.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see them go back to that one. Leviathan also running a double controller comp. But what I'm interested in is CNED versus Taco on the race. Both these players, known for their jet, have looked fantastic on it thus far. And I think there's going to have to be a bit of proof for both of them if they can be adaptable. Yeah.
Well, map 1, that was all Na'Vi. Let's see if Leviathan have what it takes to get back into this, Josh and Brent, and take us to a map 3.
Wouldn't that be something special? Map number 3 potentially there, but for the Leviathan, a massive task ahead of them here. On their opponent's map pick, got to bring it all the way back for that chance to not only revenge against the team that knocked them out. A chance
देखते क्या नवीद लगातार दोनों मैप जीत जाएगी.
the highest finish they've ever had in a tournament.
Yeah, it means so much for Leviathan, and yet they always keep running into this gatekeeper squad of Na'Vi. The desk was talking about how Na'Vi have had their number before in the past, and also I feel like, again, this is... Na'Vi are just such a barrier for Leviathan to get through. This map is such an interesting choice too.
What?
Leviathan have been second round banning it every time in this tournament so far.
Fracture.
It feels like for Na'Vi, despite the fact that they're on the hunt for that second trophy, the first team that would ever do it, they're just so happy to play whatever, anything.
Really treating this tournament lock-in at Sao Paulo as a bit of a jaunt at times, honestly, as well. These pick bans across the board. Perfectly willing, perfectly willing to give away any information, but it's that contact play and a fight taking place.
Nice shot.
There for Leviathan, using that util to clear up the angles, but traded quite effectively. And down to just Mazzino. Not even offered the chance to hit any bullets.
That is the third pistol in a row that's gone the way of Na'Vi. Think about how different map 1 could have been if they'd traded pistol rounds. If Na'Vi hadn't been allowed to have access to a bonus buy, it could have made all the difference in this series. And when I think of top South American teams like Loud, like Leviathan, I think of excellence in the pistol and in the bonus. Leviathan have not showcased that here today. And it may end up hurting them. No force buy either. So Na'Vi allowed an opportunity to build the bank up early. And there are so many interesting things to talk about with these compositions. I think I want to follow up from the CNED Taco story. Yeah, we saw them go head-to-head in the jet battle. I think you could say that CNED came out on top there, was able to be set up by his team a little better and found a ton of value. But it wasn't the defining factor. The race battle here might end up being defining.
पता नहीं लैग हो रहा है, सबकी स्ट्रीम लैग हो रही है. मैं भी इसके पहले किसी एक की स्ट्रीम देख रहा था, वो भी लैग हो रही थी काफी. तो उनसे पूछा था, वो लोग बोल रहे थे कि लाइक आज यूट्यूब का कुछ दिक्कत चल रहा है विद स्ट्रीम. वेल आई गेस सेकंड राउंड तो नावी के हाथ ही जाएगा.
into a lot of these Na'Vi players. I think it's difficult when you play against Na'Vi.
यार मेरे चैनल में जाके देखो, मैंने ओनी 2.0 का शॉर्ट वीडियो डाला है अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. बहुत बढ़िया स्किन लाइन आ रही है. कटाना इतनी प्यारी लग रही है वो. I see what they are trying to do. लेव वाले अभी सारे के सारे फट जाएंगे. Let's go. Boom. नावी को खेल नहीं दिया तो उनका इको भी बड़ा नहीं ज़्यादा. Mind plays.
This idea where they're running the Omen, the Viper, the Raze, this kind of stuff.
Nice.
They normally play quite slowly on the attack sides. They're going to look to establish control and stop any aggression early, and then squeeze one portion of the map. That's going to be the goal.
Last series lost.
It's going to be quite difficult for Leviathan to get aggressive. If Taco wants to take early fights, which he usually does, over a quarter of his fights are done at the beginning of the
ये
round.
नाइफ अच्छा लग रहा है यार.
I think it's going
पता
to
नहीं
be
क्यों
very
नहीं लिया
hard
मैंने.
for Na'Vi's comp here.
Love that shot, just straight through the tiniest of gaps.
कटाना जरूर लेंगे. ओनी 2.0 कटाना.
That's what Leviathan are looking to do.
स्ट्रीम करेंगे कटाना स्ट्रीम.
Achieve a little bit more compared to what they
मजा आएगा.
But again, running into that roadblock. Na'Vi managing their economy well again. Same talking point that we were bringing out in our previous map where they've got those rifles.
One nade from CNED here, and Shai's setup.
Oi.
Dismantle. King though
Nice.
finds the burst, and that's important. The IGL battle.
Great opener. Nade's going to be heard. Shy, obviously activating that Nana Swarm, making sure that nobody can take that space towards the back of Arcade. But now, cutting noise for ever so slightly. Shao knows as a player there.
Marega, nahi, nahi, bhag gaya wo.
Pushing forwards now. And Shy who's really pushed
Nice
back.
shot.
He can't quite get anything else done with it.
Okay, they have side
King
control
can
now.
start to feel it now. The pressure to squeeze from the players moving forwards, and he needs some
Acha
relief from the
refrag
rest of his
tha.
team.
3v3.
They're just all smoked off. Mazzino, how does he want to play this now? Just waiting for the smokes to fade.
अच्छे पोजीशन पे काफी KO.
It's a great position from Shao. He's got to be hard cleared.
Has to be hard cleared. That nade though gives him an opportunity.
अरे रे रे रे.
Shao wanted to get aggressive right
Come
into their
on.
faces so that he couldn't set it up. Taco, a bit of an unusual satchel. Maybe not intended, but doesn't clear too much. And they are really running down the clock, waiting for that Viper wall to go down. Still Zipan, the reposition. It's up to Sugetsu.
Nice shot. Oh.
That is absurd.
भाई ये क्या देख
Giving
लिया?
me flashbacks.
क्या?
The final play to win Masters Copenhagen. Na'Vi, they're in trophy lifting
Holy
form. You
shit.
can see it.
Nice.
With every move of their players, every moment of pret that comes to life. And then matching
Damn.
like this. God, they're good.
Insanity.
And the small eyebrow lift from Ona there, I think that's all the emotion you can possibly afford to give. I mean, what can you do there? You just got to shrug and accept Sugetsu is sometimes better. He's just better.
Hello.
Yeah, Sugetsu apparently warms up
Ah,
playing Valorant. But
I mean, how can you not look at a play like that and just be amazed? Sugetsu is him.
so probably not the intended area for that Viper Orb. Good observing. Watching that one, and there was a bit of exploration from Leviathan on their weaker buy. They pushed all the way out there, trying to collapse on any player that might have just been lurking through, and really just picking up stragglers now.
And I think the other thing that Bez mentioning about that play too, he doesn't do that if he doesn't have a Vandal. You know, a classic bonus round buy that sees him with a, you know, a Bulldog or a Spectre in his hand. He's not pulling that off.
No.
Navi's maintained their place at the top of the scene in terms of being great on these round 3, round 15 buy manipulations. And I don't know why other teams haven't started doing it more.
Yeah, it's given them a massive edge. It can be difficult to manage in the moment, but Na'Vi seem to have perfected it. And it's already set them up. This is going to be an easy 4-0 lead.
And for Leviathan, this is not a great map for them. So starting out 0-4 down is rough.
Yeah, the prospects of trying to bring it to the team that, as I've said prior, as we've been hitting over and over again, knocked them out at champs, denied them that chance of breaking through that barrier. 7-8, 5-6, whatever the placement was at these global events. This was supposed to be Leviathan's time to strike. This was supposed to be the tournament where they were going to be really making a name for themselves as a contender for that top spot. And maybe they still are. Maybe they just got unlucky in this circumstance in terms of running into a team like Na'Vi, but
it is rough. I mean,
it's rough.
Na'Vi are just so disciplined. They never offer Leviathan opportunities to thrive in the chaos. And yeah, on Fracture, Leviathan are 3-2 all time. But against partnership teams, they're 1-2. So they've been getting their wins against tier 2 opponents in South America, honestly. And that doesn't bode particularly well. We're going to need to see fantastic performances here out of, sure, the game plan, and Ona's going to be spitting that out to King, but I'm looking more towards individuals.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to win this game when Shao has over a 2 KD and he's winning, you know, 60-70% of his duels. I don't think you're going to be able to win this game when Angel's top fragging for Na'Vi, doing whatever he likes. We've heard from people that have scrimmed against Leviathan that they are very dangerous. We've seen it in the server too. The players like Shy, Mazzino, Taco, King. And Nozra's had his moments, but they're falling a little flat here. So a timeout, get their heads back into it.
Yeah.
What does this look like?
Level of calm across the board here for Leviathan to try and get back into this before Na'Vi really start to run away. So close attention going to be paid as well. Leviathan do have at least that one ultimate, the showstopper and Takolia. Could potentially do something with it. Looks like they're setting up for a bit of containment there into A Horse early on, but guess what? Na'Vi are nowhere near. They're just holding pretty far back, ensuring that there's going to be no sort of push or shove.
And this is the game plan always from Na'Vi on this map. It's to very, very slowly, cautiously and safely take away map control from you on the attack side.
Yeah.
And it means for Leviathan, they need to find their moments and pick them very precisely as to when to retake control on the defense side. If you feel like you've lost Halls or you've lost Arcade, you need to group up and fight it and retake that area. But when in the round do you do that? That's going to be a big challenge for King.
For Fracture, a map where, listen, the attackers can start in 4 potential positions. This double controller comp can be really suffocating. Early util. Thread the needle with that one, King. Gets the one, but traded. So the nade did push him far out of that position. Nano Swarm at the feet, through the smoke. That's to ensure that Angel can't follow it up, but you can't with this now. Shy, one after the other. Noswell, what a swing, but again, the discipline's there, and a satchel across Mazzino. Angel just caught so unaware. Shao forced to back away.
Okay, sure. Taco using his ultimate too. Presumably that was when he was actually getting out in the first place.
Yeah, maybe a little bit earlier when the heat was turned up, but for Shao, at this point, time far too low for him to clutch any sort of play. So, okay.
He's a clutch menace, but he's not winning that one.
Yeah.
A great round from Leviathan. And what did they do differently there? Well, first of all, King, under extraordinary pressure, finds the first kill. And so, despite having multiple players posted on his position, he actually gets one before he's inevitably traded. King is always dying there, but by getting one, he equalizes the situation for his team, and he gives the timing for the rest of the Lev players to swing through smokes.
Yeah, not just one kill there as well. He got a snake bite off so they couldn't follow through.
Yeah, yeah. He does a lot under immense pressure. I don't know whether he's always going to be able to give you that value, though.
And so finally, that one round that Leviathan were hoping for, hunting for. Na'Vi this time starting to threaten from the north side of the map through Arcade. That's going to be 3 players ready and waiting. A couple of them holding in far back positions just in case there was any sort of flash play. TP though, Shao. That's advanced, and the nade as well pushes off that angle. Nano Swarm is a response to that, so Shy doesn't want to give up that space too easily, but he is now once more going to be feeling that heat. Paranoia cuts across. Shy.
Look how Na'Vi just take the map portion by portion, turn by turn.
Yep, the Paranoia actually fading away though, so Shy's still available, and that's a satchel across. Wow, almost being able to get 2 there, Vacinet. What a way to crack open the site. Linking up with the rest of his team now. Spike in the hands of Zipan. And just waiting for this one, maybe for the Viper Wall to come back online, a bit more fuel for Sugetsu. But time is going to start to run low with this kind of pressure, 34 seconds.
Noswa should be hunting for a duel here, I agree with this, because if he gets a kill, suddenly Breach Ult is online for retake or for plant denial.
And so here we go, nade into the corner, stun as well, fault line pushes him back, Zipan with that plant, he got his ult online. No command, goes across, survives on 5 health as well, is going to keep on kicking. And what is the play to be made here by Leviathan? A call is made to save.
Wow. Leviathan save more than any other team at this kind of level, but it can be heartbreaking watching them do it. 4-1 down and just giving up the 5th. Their big ults are going to start to come online here, and it is going to be more difficult for Na'Vi, but it just looks so methodical. And I think this is why a lot of people were favoring Na'Vi in this matchup. It's not necessarily because of what they've done in the past. Yes, this team has lifted a trophy, but when you watch them play at Lock-In so far, and admittedly a small sample size, the way they move around the map and take space from people and the util combos and the peaks, it's, forgive me the hyperbole, but it's verging on perfection.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult for these opposing teams to find avenues to disrupt it. I mean, let's think about what Leviathan could do in these moments. They could try and refight, they could have some kind of trap play in an area of the map, but those are prone to going disastrously wrong. They could send somebody on big flanks because getting rid of Sugetsu is going to really stop the attacking side, removing that Viper wall. But again, trying to play aggressively into Sugetsu and Angel when they hold such safe positions it's hard.
Couple of shots fired though from CNED, so that's some presence towards Arcade that might just anchor us, the Vietnam players. You can see King was holding it, but okay. Nice little glide over to the south side of the map, keeping Sugetsu, or I should say Angel, over towards the north side. A fight being taken, Boombot. Don't think it revealed too much there.
Zipan has so many of these great flashes. This kill could be everything, but Mazzino doesn't quite get it.
He misses it. Just that one sightline. Sees it. Oh my goodness, Mazzino maybe faking the jump up there. Yeah, okay. Angel though taking that space, no fear. That was a fault line cutting across. Nade down to the ground as the cage was dropped out. Angel is doing so much right now. The misinformation. They don't know if he's dropped or what, but now finally revealed, and they're just being squeezed.
Counter spam.
Yeah, the counter spam. Trace is revealed. Satchel over the top, revealing that one angle of it, and they do strike back.
Breach ult as well is online.
But is it going to be enough there? Rolling Thunder pushing forwards. Need to make the most of this one. Did not catch on to Xiao. He could be the difference maker. High ground angle found, and my goodness.
He's unkillable.
Giving time for the weapon to cool down, and he takes his time with the shots. Shy left alone, 1v2. Lockdown popped. Those are the players are. Found one, cannot get the second. Zipan. You said it earlier, Josh. It's really just approaching that perfection in terms of the way they play, weaving in and out, but it's heartbreaking for Leviathan. So many instances where they're just one player away, taking down that extra element to be able to take the round.
Mazzino getting stuck on site though and spraying with his Vandal offers that first kill maybe a bit too easily for Na'Vi. And that duel there, Xiao onto King, a game changer. Xiao's had so many of those moments. This tournament, I think he's been the best player for Na'Vi, and he just feels unkillable in some of those spots. Xiao and Zipan both coming into this match had over 90% cast. That means there are barely any rounds where they are useless.
My goodness.
A one-for-one trade as Leviathan tried to apply some pressure. This is like the first time that they've actually been able to find anybody in the early moments. I suppose that takes a Viper wall down, but do they even have the weaponry to convert?
Yeah, knocked down to the weaker buy. Look at that, just dropping the guns back. And look, they don't want to give them anything. Can drop the rifle off the edge if they really wanted to, but it looks like, is that going to be the thought process? Probably not. And they wait it out. Tension builds in rounds like these. The Vietnam are going to be the ones hoping for a shining light in the dark in moments. Anything to answer back. There was a fault line and a nade play there off the contact. Cena now going to be using his own to try and clear the close angle, and guess what? Taco was caught this time. Flash fully blinded up. Nozwa's there. Frenzy though can only do so much. Gets the reload off though, and there's the second kill.
What a huge play by Nozwa.
Quick TP pivot though. It's going to be the ultimate online. Instead, Xiao actually just trying to set up the crossfire. Gets into the site, and Shy's left with nothing but a classic.
Another moment there where King could have been a game changer. Had he got that kill onto Zipan, that could have been round over. Now it's left down to Shy once again, facing the same two players.
Zipan's weak though. One bullet will do it, but the reposition, look at this. That's so smart from Zipan. Knows that Shy's going to be claiming that weapon. Knows that his position is going to be in halls most likely, and so they set up the crossfire. High-low setup, and you just don't expect that. I mean, Zipan.
It's such an incredible off angle. And I think the final line of defense for both of these teams, they've both looked immaculate so far up until this point in the tournament. But Xiao and Zipan still look immaculate. They are winning moments so consistently against Leviathan's players who we've seen be clutch, who we've seen hit incredible shots, who've been gobbling up their side of the bracket.
Let's get this done.
But Xiao and Zipan at lock-in have been the definition of consistency. There is nobody that can make them crack.
Where is the answer from Leviathan? Oh my word. Trying to offset some of that maybe. There was spam from Cena early in these rounds, but somehow gets away with it. There's a kill. Viper's Pit in B main. Won't do too much for King because there's only one player lurking. That's Angel just on the outskirts of it. And if King tries to make a play, if he feels like he has to, Cam spots him. Spam from Angel. But they've given up so much already.
Taco is looking to try and get on a flank here. Oh, and Sugetsu just murders him over by the south side. That's my point. If you try to flank, these Na'Vi guys are just so aware of it.
And look,
they're everywhere.
Is Leviathan feeling like they have to make a play? You got to push every single avenue. Someone's got to step up and be the hero, but it's not going to be King, not today.
Na'Vi are battering Leviathan, mercilessly taking them to task. And it looks like there are no win conditions.
Yeah.
This map looks like a first round matchup where things are horribly mismatched. Just Na'Vi, the top seed, Leviathan coming in with no expectations, no ideas. Map 1 obviously didn't feel like that. Leviathan had their chances to win. Had they taken a pistol, we could have seen a very different story. But out here on Fracture, it's the same story we've seen from Na'Vi. Their map pool is impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing everything under the sun.
5 maps in the pool now. They look immaculate on. We haven't seen their split, and they're perma-banning Haven. They used to be amazing on split too, by the way. What is this team?
And it's just trying to punish now. Anything to get that second round. Desperation, listen. Sometimes makes the most of it in rounds and moments like that. So 2 players fall.
And the spike.
Yeah, rifles in their hands on top of that. So,
but everyone's left Noswell.
Noswell's just alone there holding that angle? I mean, okay.
But this is the problem. Leviathan have gone so aggressive at the beginning of the round, pushing out Arcade, that they've given up information everywhere else, and they have no idea where Na'Vi could be. Maybe that's why they're not going for plays like this on the rifle rounds. It's only been 2 eco rounds where they've decided to push aggro out through halls, out through Arcade. It's actually getting picks. Maybe they can still convert this one. They have no idea whether Na'Vi have got the spike back, though.
Yeah, they give up that space, most likely because of those Viper walls cutting across some of the sight lines, but there we go. Spike is going to be retrieved. King solo. Jiggle peek. He does spot the players. It's going to cause that wall to go up, and guess who's close? Proximity. Taco Leah can't quite claim the shot, but King, good for the trade. Sugetsu, though, already making his moves, and he noted there's a player ready and waiting. It's King. Just not enough to do it. Still, the snakebite will bring Zippin down to his knees. Spike in their hands as well. Still, prioritizing the res there. Shy is miles away. Spike in their hands with 11 seconds left. Flash play. Na'Vi going to be feeling the pressure here. They have to plant this.
And it's a risk. Yeah. It's a risk, obviously. Shy could be Canteen, could be Generator, but he is not. And now they have a pretty good idea.
Dodge on the side of it, though. Flash wasn't too good. Viper's Pit in play. It's going to make the task for Shy that much harder. He's going to try and make this 1v2 a possibility. The fast rotation all the way around, though, and time is of the essence. Not just because it's ticking down, but the decay damage as well. Turret doesn't see anything. Shy brought down to 1 health, and he's just watching a wrong avenue.
Every moment, every 50-50, every play going the way of Na'Vi. Absolutely immaculate here, 9-1. Even if Leviathan win the next 2, and the pistol and the bonus, it's still not looking like an even match. And that's one hell of a task. I love how aggressive Sugetsu is out through B main, working off the rest of that info. And Zipan forced to bow before King, but not for very long. Brought back up and allows Sugetsu to win the round. It's reactive plays, working off the comms of the rest of the team. It's perfection.
Just dominating. Just dominating from Na'Vi.
Leviathan are trying to get aggressive here in halls, 3 players, but Na'Vi are happy to give. They use the clock as a resource.
And again, the first kill goes the way of CNED.
Just a reaction from the opposite side of the map once more. It is so diligent, so good from Na'Vi.
Showstopper did go wide, but these players are starting to feel it. Oh my goodness, the rocket attack. Aaliyah can't even claim a kill off of it. They want to hold on to this space, but Na'Vi have got all of it into horse. 3 players in sand to try and contest this one. Smoke blocking 1 avenue to spray down from Angel, wins the fight out, and it's Na'Vi again who do respond once more. Time and time again, and it feels like nothing can be done. Heartbreak for Leviathan. can't quite claim even just that second round.
And the picture that was being painted from the other pros that had played against Leviathan before this tournament was, this is the time. This is the breakthrough moment for this South American squad. And instead, it feels like the same story again.
Yeah.
Falling to the gatekeepers, looking super promising, looking like one of the best teams in the tournament until suddenly, they don't.
And the dreams get shattered. Final round of the first half. It's looking all but done. Takalia, it's desperation, isn't it, once more?
But Na'Vi have so many different looks. They've never been that aggressive in halls at that point in the round, and suddenly they are so prepped.
Ult ready and waiting for Nozwa. Wants to try and make a play of it, but look at Na'Vi again, man. I mean, the fast play in halls, and they just cut noise.
Angel's calls are so dynamic. It doesn't matter what you see from Na'Vi. They could be doing anything. Sometimes they'll hit off the back of that. Sometimes they'll back away. Sometimes they'll cut noise, re-hit. It is impossible to tell from your perspective playing against them.
Nade at the back of King. Doesn't see a thing with the paranoia. The double satchel over the top. Oh, well, okay. Bit of a Viper difference. Rolling Thunder now pushing forwards, but that's not the weapon for the job. None of those angles. And they're just being caught unaware. Still Mazzino makes the most of this one. The lockdown, CNET. Well, you're going to be detained, son. Pushing a little bit too far forwards there, but...
Do they have any idea where he is,
Do they dare even hunt for him? Exactly. Because already, that's going to be fading away. And Nosra doesn't even catch the corner. Half clearance at best.
And CNET detained still gets the kill.
Insanity, man. Insanity. In the midst of all of that, the clock running down and Na'Vi get the plant.
If that isn't a microcosm of the entire map so far, I don't know what is. Just sums up everything that's been going wrong for Leviathan. Na'Vi getting away with anything they like.
And it will have to be the ace for Mazzino to get the second round on the board. He claims the third. What more can he really do? Util flying in his face, snakebite. A little bit wide there. Desperation, isn't it? Word of the day. When you're watching a map like this, 11-1 is that scoreline from Na'Vi. Sheer dominance. And they are just looking absolutely untested on this map. And guess what? For this halftime, we'll change things up a little bit more. Doug is down on the floor with a special guest.
Thank you, Brent. Yeah, I'm here standing by with Suga here, and there's a lot to talk about. Suga, primero todo, a ver, que se ve mala la cosa, se ve muy fea, pero ¿qué opinas tú del partido?
La realidad es que Leviatán viene haciendo un lindo trabajo en este lock-in, pero obviamente este partido sabíamos que iba a ser difícil.
Muy difícil.
Y Navi creo que es uno de los equipos más fuertes de todo este evento y del mundo probablemente.
Sí,
así que creo que se ve difícil. Los chicos ya han tenido complicaciones frente a este mismo core cuando solía ser FanPlus Phoenix y han tenido dificultades. Hoy se están viendo ante esta adversidad, pero de todas formas creo que en el Ascent lo hicieron mucho mejor. Acá llegaron ya con ese bajón anímico quizás después del 5K de Yao en ese Ascent, que lo vienen arrastrando todavía.
I mean, ¿qué hace? Right? ¿Qué hacen con una pela así? She says it looks rough. Unfortunately, like they've looked really good in this lock-in tournament up until this point, but it just kind of seems like they've run out of gas, and they've struggled against this core before, right? And then with Xiao's 5K, what do you really do? Todavía tenemos tiempo para una más pregunta. En tu opinión, hemos hablado de Navi, pero ¿quién crees tú que es el equipo más mejor del torneo?
Navi, sin duda, y también creo que Loud perfila probablemente para campeonar aquí de local, que estaría interesante. Si es que Leviatán no logra tomar esta oportunidad en el cambio de lados, creo que Loud es claramente un favorito.
So I asked her essentially, you know, we've talked about Navi, but who does she think is the best team here at the tournament? And yes, we've talked about Navi, but Loud also looks incredible. Unless Leviatán can do something here at halftime to try to change the tides, it really just seems like it's going to be Navi all the way. Muchas gracias, un placer hablar contigo. We are going to throw it back to the casters to get us back into this highly anticipated second half. Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
Highly anticipated, maybe if you're a Na'Vi fan, I think, because they are running away with it, honestly. One of the favorites coming into this event, Leviathan, they were not shying away from the gusto, you know, saying how good they were doing in scrims. You know, this is their time to strike, and all signs were pointing towards it until now.
And Na'Vi, the dominance that they have showcased in this tournament so far, I thought this was going to be a blockbuster match, 2 heavyweights, and Na'Vi have dismissed one of the top contenders from the Omega bracket. If they can do this here, what can't they do? A Na'Vi on for the 2nd trophy? We have never seen a team lift 2 trophies in Valorant. I'm getting that feeling from this squad.
Of course, don't forget about the other contenders on the other side of the bracket. Loud
Yeah.
still in it, but...
Loud, DRX, you know, Fnatic, 100 Thieves, these are all big hitters. But I would have said the same for Leviathan. And look what Na'Vi are doing to them. It's not even fair.
They look so ready. So, taking up all that space now. King not messing around, moves forwards, and he's just running straight through the snake bite, hoping for any sort of timing there. Mizzino, 2 shots from the clip. Enough with the classic, but Sugetsu is that final boss, holding it down. The last layer of defense, and the spike drop down into tower. Triple re-push, Shy with everything to do here. Takes his time with it, and he is rewarded with the 2 kills, so maybe winnable though. Still, Taco put in such a hard position. First one's found, but does he anticipate this? Sugetsu, the reposition, moves to one side. No utility to his name. Still, crosshair placement is good for it, and okay. A pistol round claim for Leviathan, and it's a Red Bull clutch.
The barest breath of life for Leviathan, but at least they've picked up 1 out of 4 of the pistols in this series. I think it made a massive difference on Ascent. I don't think the same can be said here on Fracture, can it? Unless we're going to see both of these teams be absurdly attacker-sided, but I think those kind of tales, they're only in stories. It would be an absolute fairy tale, dream come true if Leviathan were able to mount a comeback of this kind of magnitude. Yeah, Na'Vi are so firmly in control. And you heard the Desk talk about it, this one-way in halls, it's not actually dead, but it's not as good as it used to be before. And that's why we weren't expecting Omen to be run.
Oh my goodness.
But it's not even going to be challenged. Na'Vi, Angel looking like he's found the fountain of youth once more.
And this is just the Sheriff buys to add a bit more danger into a round that otherwise should have been easy taking for Leviathan. It's forced them to slow down for a moment. Got to wait for that util to fade.
It would be almost poetic.
Sugetsu!
It would be
no.
almost poetic if Na'Vi were able to win this one.
The players are scrambling. Doubled up here. Flash around the corner. A lot of damage being done, and they have just collapsed onto them. Oh my word.
The mechanics from Na'Vi, impeccable. The way they fight together, unbelievable. And their utility pressure, way too much for Leviathan. Na'Vi will spot him a pistol, but that's all they're getting here.
Seems like it. No more buffer room. No more room for error at all. It's 1 round, that's all that stands between Na'Vi taking it in 2 and looking like one of the dominant favorites, heading deeper and deeper into the Sao Paulo lock-in tournament.
They're the South American Slayers, aren't they? They just seem to run into and knock out Crew, Leviathan every time we have a big tournament like this. The read that Doombros and Angel have is just too powerful.
Credit to the rest of the coaching staff as well on Na'Vi.
Absolutely.
Spike's going to be dropped down onto that north side. Of course, no other option other than to force up into this one, but you've already lost a player. King falling.
Yeah, King had to be so far out because of that Omen one-way again. CNED has been looking great here on the Rays too. Not really required to put on his best game, but he's been consistently good, and that's another part to the puzzle, right? We were wondering, we had questions about that.
Yeah.
And CNED has just answered them here.
So an exchange there of the IGLs in this round as Angel and King have fallen to Sugetsu. The smoke deep. Mizzino's playing inside of this one. Nade into the back, that's going to be pushing him forwards. Mizzino trying to take the space and a bit of running gunning. Why not? Does the job at the end of the day. Still, fight's not done yet. Job's not finished. Oh, the lockdown nade has pushed them straight into Zipan. And if there was any hope in hell of trying to claim this round, it might have just been finished. Locking it away, it's got to be Takulia for any hope of continuing in this tournament. And he just opens himself up wide across a placement not ideal, paranoia. And you can feel it. No chance in hell. It's Na'Vi taking it 13-3.
Insane performance from Na'Vi, a statement match. They came out here and slapped Leviathan around on map 2 after beating them on their home turf of Ascent. You couldn't make more of a statement to showcase that Na'Vi are on their hunt for a second trophy.
This is a team that is not worried at all about showcasing strategies, different looks on different maps. They've come into this tournament with a different level of confidence. Almost like their goal primarily hasn't even been to get that trophy. It's just been, listen, show everybody how scary we really are. We want to take the challenge. We want to give people opportunities to counter Stratus.
Yeah, and I love watching this team. Leviathan impressed me so much with what they showed earlier on in the tournament. And I'm going to be highly anticipating their matches in the Americas League when they challenge teams like their South American rivals, Loud, and big, heavy hitters like NRG from the North American side of things. But frankly, today they were outclassed. And I think that there's still clearly more to do for this Leviathan squad if they want to be a title contender. Na'Vi just showed them the gap between where Leviathan are at and what you need to lift the trophy. My word, impeccable perfection from Na'Vi today.
A few more steps, of course, until that trophy does get lifted. But for today, it is Na'Vi who reigns supreme, dethroning King, knocking him out of the tournament. They are going to be moving one step closer, of course.
And I think the teams that are playing later on today have got to be scared of this. Yeah. I know that, you know, you've got another EMEA super team on the other side of the bracket and North America's last hope. But Na'Vi have taken every team and ground them into dust. Shao's barely died. Yeah. There are some players that might have died more in one series than he has the entire tournament so far. I mean, don't hold me to that, but I feel like it could be true.
This Na'Vi squad is just showcased over and over again now that it doesn't matter how many levels to their play you take away. You know, you remove Angel, he's often the first def, not that it matters too much. CNED, whatever, it doesn't matter. Listen, they've got those heavy hitters waiting at the sidelines, at the back, right behind them, ready to trade. Tagetsu, Shao, Zipan, it doesn't matter.
I also think you've got to give credit to Angel because he hasn't let his team down in any of these moments. The calls have been outstandingly good. His control over the team is wonderful too. The way that he's molded CNED over the last 4 months into being much more of a disciplined player that still has the flair. And then Na'Vi have got all the individual fragging from everybody, including Angel. He's out there popping heads against some of the scariest players in the world.
Yep, found some serious firepower. That's what's going to be awaiting a lot of teams as well as we, you know, set up that second series of the day as well, because they've got that to look forward to.
I thought we were going to be witness to an all-time matchup here today, and instead, wow, Na'Vi just put on a clinic.
Yeah, and I'm not even mad, honestly,
No,
as well. I think honestly, you could walk away from this being like, man, why didn't we get the 3 mappers? Why didn't we get the banger that was promised? But
didn't want it.
Listen, that Na'Vi squad looked too damn clean. The match MVP below, you can vote for that one, of course. Shao, Sagetsu, Angel, a lot of options available. And honestly, who do you even go for there? It's across the board, just parity on this team. Parity in bounds. But that's going to do it for the first series of the day. But as I said before, we do have one more match ready and waiting on the other side of this one. And you're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be an absolute banger. So we'll see you just after this.
Welcome back to VCT Lock-In. I'm standing here alongside Zipan, and really, you guys just destroyed Leviathan. I mean, there was a lot of excitement for the series. People were like, is it going to be a 2-1? Is it going to be close? And you guys obliterated them. But I want to start with asking you specifically about your individual performance. Your first kill to first death ratio is just obscene, man. I think last time I saw it was 16-4. That's pretty good for not being a duelist.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty good for not being a duelist. No, I think just everyone on the team is super aggressive. Right now we're just floating with confidence. We're not scared to take any duels. I think just everyone on the team is also getting a lot of entries. So yeah, just confidence right now, I think.
Oh, I mean, you're also getting, like, it wasn't you, but your team's getting TikTok kills through walls on Ascent. It's really just kind of dumb. I want to ask you about your strategy in regards to your map pool, because you guys have played 6 of the 7 maps, if I'm not mistaken, and it seems like this is just a far more broad approach when it comes to strategy in the tournament. Is that something that you did intentionally, and if so, why?
Yeah, I mean, we are confident to play every map. Obviously, coming into this tournament, we don't have any footage on the enemy team, really. So we just decided to go with our strong maps, but we're confident to play every map. So we were kind of surprised against Leviathan because they picked Ascent against us, which is kind of our best map.
Sure, it's theirs too,
also,
yeah.
we have footage on them, so yeah, we were kind of surprised, but I guess didn't have any other option.
I mean, it was bad. It was real bad. Very last question I have for you, and then we'll throw it back to the desk. Given what we've seen out of Na'Vi up until this point, you guys seem like the best team in the tournament, and there very well may be a gap between you guys and the rest of the field. May be loud, but either way, it just seems like you guys are clicking on a different cylinder. You're getting better round after round. Why this team? What is it about this team? What's the magic sauce?
I just think, coming into this year, we kept 4 of our players right, so we still have that good chemistry, we got that good core, and with the addition to our assistant coach, like Angel can focus more on shooting instead of making strats and stuff. So everyone on the team has incredible firepower. Everyone can pop off, and that's what just makes it so strong. We have good strats, and everyone has incredible firepower.
I lied. I have one more question I gotta ask you. Angel's first contacts. I don't get it, man. Does it ever drive you nuts to see your IGL being the first one to go take a fight, the first one to die? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
2 weeks before coming to Brazil, we were boot camping, and Angel, he was top rank every practice. So I don't know what he's been doing in the off-season, but it's clearly working. I don't know, it's just incredible to see him, 33 years old, just playing like he's 20 years old.
He leaves hope for the rest of us old guys, and if it ain't broke, right, don't change it. Congratulations on the win, bro. Congratulations on what's left for you guys in the tournament. We're gonna throw it back up to the desk to break down the series.
Thank you very much, Doug and Zipan. Bala, before all of this started, you were pitching to us Na'Vi. They are the best team in this tournament, and I think they proved that to you.
Yeah, this looked like every single one of their other games so far. The 2 other games, especially that one against Team Secret, they got challenged on the first map, but did they really? And then the second map, they just come out. I mean, this was their most dominant too. And I just love what Zipan's talking about how comfortable they are playing different maps, how easy it was for them to play it into Ascent there because it feels like it's their favorite map. It just feels like they're so flexible in this game.
Yeah, this is also a team that is just so good with rolling through momentum. The casters were talking about this early in this map, right? They are almost always winning those pistol rounds, going for the FPX buy, I guess maybe now the Na'Vi buy since they've changed their organization, and then just rolling that momentum forward, keeping Vandals into the bonus round, winning that, and then just converting all the way through. Every one of their players is looking absolutely incredible on an individual level. Angel is calling a great game, and for the side of Leviathan, it just felt like they ran out of options on Fracture.
Yeah, but also when your players are doing things like this, which is so dynamic, shout out TP's over here, and it's hilarious because it baits the players away, but also sets up this crossfire here between Zipan and Shao to take the final fights really, really easily. Shy actually, when he started this round, when that TP happened, he rotates away. He actually thinks they're going back towards B, but also you're getting that TP and crossfire in. It's these types of things that Na'Vi consistently do that are so impressive.
And it's exactly the synergy that we heard about in that interview. This team have played together for a long time, and the individuals are all very very, very comfortable with playing with each other in these clutch situations and consistently winning them.
Well, all of the players on Na'Vi were incredible today, but you guys at home had the tough task of voting just one for the MVP poll. We have the results here, and this is who you guys voted for, and it was Xiao, and it was the Xiao show today, let's be honest.
I mean, I'll give it to him just for that ace, on a sense. Like, that thing was disgusting, but I think Sugetsu on the second map, too, had some moments, some clutches that definitely deserve some praise as well, but Xiao for sure. He's clutching, he's good in the, I mean, he's playing different roles, too, playing the Omen in both Icebox and Fracture now, so he's flexible, too.
Here's the thing, I am getting echoes of what this team looked like at Copenhagen, where they have a couple individuals that are really good in the clutch, but really it is every single player stepping up at such a high level. We had Xiao winning clutches, we had Sugetsu winning clutches throughout that one, and we also have Angel now, like we heard in that interview, being more and more enabled to absolutely thrive as an individual. The way that he plays and calls in Valorant is so unique, and I think it always does such a great job of setting up his teammates to find rounds like these.
Yeah, and I think they're more than echoes. I think they're reverberations of what happened at Copenhagen. I think they're even stronger than what happened at Copenhagen, honestly. I really think what you just mentioned about Angel being able to be freed up, maybe by the assistant coach in Latex, is really good.
Yeah, and I think that now kind of sets up the question of, they're in the top 4, can they be the first team to win 2 tournaments, 2 international events? And for me, it feels quite likely. Heading into this series, they were the team that has impressed me the most. But I was also incredibly impressed with Leviathan, and this team absolutely decimated them. On Fracture, Leviathan was never able to get into the game whatsoever. I mean, no one does that to him.
This was supposed to be a finals-level match.
Yes.
Finals-level match. I mean, Leviathan was touted as such a good team, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to them, but this was supposed to be a finals-quality match, which begs the question, what is going to happen next?
Well,
because this team is insane.
Well, that was actually the worst international map performance Leviathan have ever had. The second worst was a 13-5 map loss against DRX, but I don't feel like that was much on the fault of them. Na'Vi were just that good. Unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to Lev. They're out of lock-in here, but Mimi, we will catch them in the Americas, and I have faith that they're going to make it to Tokyo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this team looked absolutely incredible. They came in with sky-high expectations. Everyone was touting this team Scrimbucks coming into this event, and I think for the most part, they lived up to it. They had great ideas. They still thrived in the chaos, but they had built a lot more structure into the squad. All of the role changes made a ton of sense, and the roster changes were all clear upgrades. I think that for Leviathan, they are going to be one of the absolute top contenders in that Americas League, which is already looking so stacked.
I think you were hoping for a top 4 finish from them, but unfortunately this bracket was just too damn hard, and Na'Vi was too damn good. So, like, I don't know if you're walking away from this super happy if you're Leviathan, and also I'm wondering, a top 3 finish in Americas is really tough. I'm wondering if they might be one of those teams that need a win here for the Americas League to make it to Tokyo.
Well, we'll see in due course. But we have one more match on the way coming up next. It is 100 Thieves versus Fnatic. First, check out the Prime Gaming post-match highlights here, and we'll catch you on the other side. These are 2 of the best teams in this entire tournament going head to head. Angel looking to lead Na'Vi to pick up another trophy, and King, they're just looking to make history for Leviathan, and so far they already have.
There's one player at the back of the site, that's Xiao. Got to do the most. Okay, 2 kills. Left to that 1v1, Xiao. He set them up, but can he finish it? Finally does it, and he lands it. Unbelievable. Good Lord. Gonna be hopping and skipping, doing a little dance.
Winner dance, guys, winner dance.
Na'Vi will swarm the site. 10 seconds. Can't quite get it, but it is traded out. Taco, knives out. Right click, and no more time to plant the spike. That was, where was that from? What? A warbang angle from there? So hard, and seen it, man. He's taking the fight right to them. Nice. Map 1, completely finalized and finished up there. Na'Vi, what a way to do it. It's up to Sugetsu. 1v3, first shot found. 1, 2, 3! That is absurd!
One tops. We have time for massage. Okay, so don't waste my time, boys. Focus.
Rolling Thunder now, pushing forwards, but that's not the weapon for the job. None of those angles.
Nice, boys. Well done.
No chance in hell. It's Na'Vi taking it 13-3.
You couldn't make more of a statement to showcase that Na'Vi are on their hunt for a second trophy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hype on the track. Hype on the track. Hype on the hype on the
Welcome back, everyone, to Lock-In. We have finally arrived at the last match to determine our top 4. It is 100 Thieves versus Fnatic. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Mimi and Bala with me, and a world champion coach, the current coach of MIBR, BZK. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and
I can't wait to pick your
go.
brain.
Bala's, I'm going to ask him every single question. Bala's not going to talk throughout this. But let's talk about this matchup, 100 Thieves versus Fnatic, and start with 100 Thieves, Mimi. I think a lot of people expected them to be here, but did you expect their journey to be as tough as it was?
I think that's what's been interesting about 100 Thieves. They came in with really, really high expectations from, I think, most people off of winning that Red Bull event in the offseason. But thus far, well, they've made it to the point people expected. I think the games have been a lot more labored than most people expected. Every opponent they have played thus far has put up a fight, has taken a map off of them, and they've struggled to adapt in that. Still, in every one of those games, they've still come out on top.
Yeah, it's definitely felt a little underwhelming just in general from the entire roster and the matchups that they've had so far, but they have still made it here, and there are some things that are better and some things that are worse. So I'm still looking forward to see their biggest challenge yet and what they can do against Fnatic here.
Well, BZK, you said to me before this started that you guys have scrimmed against them. So, you know, what is a scrim box? And also, did you expect them to face such a tough road to get here?
Yeah, like when I saw the 100 Thieves roster come together, I said, okay, they are making a really big team here, and I see a lot of potential on those players and on this roster. But I think they didn't show it yet. You know, like they have won both matches, but it wasn't a clean match. It wasn't a clean win.
Not even close, I would say.
They were struggling a little bit, but like the last map they played on Icebox, it made my eyes like, okay, there's something there. You know, like. They maybe nervousism. I don't know what's happened to them, but I think the last map they played, they show another 100 Thieves, you know?
Yeah, and I think that map you're talking about in Icebox is where we did see some of the expectations for 100 Thieves, which is them coming in with new ideas, with different comps than other teams are playing. And I think they had some really cool preset executes. This one was pretty awesome. You rarely see these kind of mid to A splits work out. They throw a Sage Wall as part of it and manage to split through and pinch the players in this Viper's pit. 100 Thieves has had these good ideas, but I think where things have fallen apart has generally been in their late rounds, where they're really often splitting up. They're allowing for some of these isolated duels, and against both Foot and against Edward Gaming in their first matchup, they've lost out to a lot of really just wild individual plays.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwi in this particular map was definitely a problem for them, and in the first map as well, Kang was really, really tough for them to deal with too. So it's players like that you find at global tournaments that cause issues. And you're right, I think the general game plan, especially when it comes to the ideas that they cook, are really good. But like you said, in the late round, this particular 2v5 is something that is kind of unforgivable for a team of 100 Thieves caliber, for the players that you said they're putting together such a talented roster. These are the types of things that put them in these tough situations.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about, you guys mentioned Icebox briefly, but Cryo obviously coming into 100 Thieves, playing the Omen there, BZK. Is that what you would have done if you signed a player like Cryo on your roster?
It surprised me. I wasn't expecting him playing as Omen, but I think he did a really good job, not just like getting kills, but I remember there was a round where the Viper used his ultimate on B side and was able to isolate with his smoke, and they were able to bring a round back, and like he's getting to know how to use Omen's ability as well, and I think he's doing a good job, you know?
Yeah,
that's the round.
Yeah.
That's the round.
We got it ready for you. Yeah, but for Cryo, I think what is surprising for people is that in his previous role in XSET, he was almost always only playing the Jet or the Chamber. He was great as an individual, but here 100 Thieves is kind of continuing with, I think, a theme of their team where they want all their players to be as flexible as possible. So they've been putting him on the Raze, putting him on the Omen. And I thought the Omen was great, but some of his Raze maps, and I think the initial time that they played that Icebox composition, haven't quite lived up to the expectations, the very high ones that Cryo has set for himself.
Yeah, the flexibility is something that I think 100 Thieves is trying to instill in their players since Sean as well. So Mike's is kind of carrying away this anti-jet philosophy, which I think makes sense in the meta. I think that might be optimal, but for a player like Cryo, it's certainly raising questions, raising eyebrows. I mean, we saw some Raze clips there. That's a thing that you kind of have to be good at. You have to be good at hitting those ults, for example. He missed quite a few of them. His satchel movement, definitely not up to the top tier. It could get there, don't get me wrong, and maybe that's what they're trying to work towards, but I think it's hurting them at this event.
I think one person that's been kind of the shining beacon of 100 Thieves is the IGL Stella. And here's the crazy stat. The Stella could be the first IGL from NA that isn't FNS to get to that top level. And BZK, once again, did you expect this kind of performance from Stella?
Yeah, last year he had some his good moments as well. Like he's a player that you can see like every tournament he's growing a lot, and his team is getting like a little much consistency, you know. But I still think that 100 Thieves need to prove themselves today, and the match against Fnatic is a really good opportunity for that.
I think one thing about Stellar that maybe is allowing him to get better, maybe it's similar to the Angel story where there's the assistant coach helping him out or whatnot, but I think it's also the way that Mike's is allowing him to be a little bit more loose with how he's calling, and that's allowing him to shine as an individual. But it also might be leading to gaps. I think the off-season performance by him is definitely something that we should have maybe expected his individual level to improve, but it's way better. So that's a shining beacon for 100 Thieves.
It's a good thing, but still, what you're talking about with them needing to prove themselves, in both of these series, they've had to rely on really strong comebacks, with Stellar coming up with crazy individual performances and really good calls in the last few rounds to save games. That's not the expectation for 100 Thieves.
Well, maybe you said when it comes to 100 Thieves, you know, the road, you didn't expect it to be this rough, but with Fnatic, did you expect it to be this dominant?
I expected them to look dominant, and they've looked even better than I thought they would. You look at these players on paper, and this is a super team. Pound for pound, every one of these players is absolutely fantastic. But the way they've cooked it all together and been so coordinated in their ideas has impressed me even beyond what I expected initially.
Yeah, I think everybody expected them to get up to this point, but they've been challenged slightly as well, maybe a little bit in that Furia game, but they still have had 2-2-0. So one thing was that we always expected them to get all the way up here, but then they would choke. Then the pressure would get to them. And that's the scary part for this matchup.
Yeah, and yesterday's match, Fnatic against Furia, you were able to see like Fnatic was playing against a really new composition from Furia, like Viper and Harbor on Haven. That's something you need to adapt yourself. You know, you can't just do the same thing you always do in your practice because you're not going to have enough information for that.
You ever seen that in prac? Because that's a ridiculous
I have.
Oh, so you wouldn't know what to do. You would have been able to counter that.
Yeah, but it was hard to adapt. It wasn't easy, like just a simple click to know what to do. And I think Fnatic did a really good job yesterday, like adapting themselves during the game. And like even in overtime, Derek like pushing mid, like the overtime. Man, that round showed that they are actually like playing their game. They're not feeling the pressure, and I feel they're the favorite today.
And I think that a lot of that, what you're saying, comes down to their IGL and coach, right? They were able to kind of adapt to that. And Mimi, what a job that Boast has been doing so far in this tournament. He's really been stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, here's some of the rounds that you were talking about, Bazooka, where this team was under a lot of pressure, where a lot of people would expect that, like the Fnatic, where they're going to choke away once the pressure gets on them. But that didn't happen whatsoever. Instead, they were consistently coming up with new ideas. This fake, for example, was really nice, and I think a great way to play against this Harbor comp. In the post-game interview, Boaster was talking about that he initially had the read that they want to wait for Viper Util to go down and then quick pop into these sites. He realized that didn't work, so started calling a lot of these fakes that were super effective against his composition.
I would definitely agree that this map in particular showed the adaptations. Huge props to Mini as well.
Thank you.
Because, like you said, it's really difficult. But I also think, especially when you got it down to the overtimes and when Furia was winning those first rounds of overtimes, there were cracks showing in Boaster's calling. There were moments where they were overstepping. There were moments where they were overheating. And that is a scary thought because, yes, he played up to the crowd. Yes, he played with all the pressure on the line. But at the same time, there's still those cracks showing at some point. So I'm not quite sold yet on whether he can actually live through the pressure.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit more because I think you guys were here in the arena as well. The Furia crowd was crazy. They were definitely kind of the sixth man for the team. And BZK, you know, you're obviously from this country when everyone was coming out supporting you and cheering for you. What was it like to be on that stage and to how scary do you think it is for these players to have to play against the crowd?
Yeah, like for me, when I get on the stage, like it's a kind of a dream, you know. Like I think every professional player, every professional coach, staff, once you get in the arena, full of people like cheering and screaming for you, for your team. So that was an amazing experience, and I feel like the pressure for them in this specific match isn't so hard because like half of the crowd is cheering for Fnatic, half of the crowd is cheering for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You know? So like they don't have like yesterday that Fnatic had the whole stadium against them, you know. So it's going to be a kind of different match for them today. Like, the crowd just want to see a good show, a good match, you know.
And I would argue as well that they've already played up two crowds. Like, in the Sentinels game, the crowd was against them, and in this game, the crowd was against them. So in terms of, like, the pressure getting to Boaster, which has been a concurrent theme over and over and over, I think maybe that proves that he's gotten through those issues. I think so.
And of course, his teammates as well. I think they stayed really cool under pressure. Durka and Chronicle. Mimi, the caliber of these two is just crazy.
Yeah, I think that we've always expected Durka to be fantastic. Every international event, he shows up and performs. But I think the issue for Fnatic in the past is that at times it doesn't feel like the support structure behind him is quite up to his level. But now with Chronicle and Leo in this team, they've done such a good job at enabling Durka to be the best, to look like he could be the best player in the world. The flash dart combos between Leo and Chronicle, just the individual clutches that Chronicle were pulling out. It was all so fantastic for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that round in particular that we just saw Durka and Chronicle literally spreading across the entire map. That's what convinced me. Not any of the rounds against the Sentinels. It was that round in particular that convinced me this is a super team. They have two players who could spread the map and just win a 2v5 like that in a most unconventional fashion. This is a super team.
Well, I feel like they might have to do a little bit more convincing, Bala, today, because we know what Thronatic can do. But it's time for us to look at this matchup and get the players onto stage and find out which team will be the final one to join that top 4. Here it is, 100 Thieves and Fnatic. The third time we've seen both of these teams at lock-in, and Leo is finally able to join Fnatic on stage. This could be a tough challenge for 100 Thieves. BZK, I want to throw this question to you. Obviously, your players in the past tournament where you couldn't have them all on stage, but then they did come back on stage and they were great. How big of an advantage do you think it is for Fnatic to have Leo finally with them?
No, I think it's a really big upgrade because when you join a stage and you see your team like have 4 players playing and the other team have 5, it's like you feel like, oh, okay, I'm in disadvantage here, you know, like they have 5, I had just 4 here, and I think it's gonna be a really upgrade for Fnatic. Like even the slow movement like a fist bump and those kind of stuffs like will improve the energy for the team.
Yeah, I'm sure it feels great to have all 5 of those players on stage because for both these squads, they faced off at Champions. Then it was 100 Thieves who was eliminated. It is a rematch, but both these teams in the offseason made big changes, were heralded as some of the absolute best in their pickups, and now we get to test how much that changes this match.
Well, I'm interested to see how the map vetoes are going to go here because both teams, you know, they looked good on Haven and a couple of the other maps as well, Barda, and it looks like 100 Thieves are taking away Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, their previous bouts at Champion, they had 2 of them. I really think they stretched the map pool pretty deep, too. We had Pearl in some of those ones. We had all sorts of different maps, so I'm really excited to see how this one goes. And 100 Thieves are going Fracture first.
Wow.
Not necessarily something you could expect, I think, but 100 Thieves has had a solid Fracture in the past, too.
Yeah, and neither teams played Fracture so far in the tournament, so it's going to be a whole new everything for both teams, you know?
Yeah, Fnatic will pick the Icebox. As we were talking about before, 100 Thieves have shown that a couple of times. And Bazooka, you thought they looked pretty good there, but traditionally, Fnatic is the Icebox team.
We've been waiting for Fnatic Icebox versus 100 Thieves because Asuna and Durka are fiends on this map, so we finally are going to get it.
Yeah, no surprises there, BZK, that Fnatic would want to lean towards their best map.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic has a lot of content from 100 Thieves on Icebox. So maybe even if you are picking a good map from another team, you have so much material to make like some counter strats. so they may do some surprise there.
Yeah, and Lotus to finish it off.
That's going to be an interesting one. Fnatic is also yet to show that map, and for 100 Thieves, I think they looked really weak on it. Their defensive side especially, they really struggled to find value with that Fade Raze composition and got rolled over in both the games they played thus far on Lotus.
Well, talking about map 1, Fracture, I really like this pick from 100 Thieves. They looked so good in the off-season. The Red Bull Homeground Tournament, they didn't drop a single map here on Fracture, and Fnatic recently haven't looked the best, so I'm interested as we go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select Bala to see what we're going to see.
Yeah, and I actually am really curious because Durka, this is typically a Raze map for him, but in the past as well, on Split, for example, he's not been the guy going to that Raze. He's been sticking with it. But again, for 100 Thieves, this is a map where Cryo has no choice but to go for that Raze, and that has been a problem for them on other maps like Lotus. So well, let's see how it goes.
What do you make of this, VCT?
Yeah, the big difference between the two compositions, like it's the Killjoy and Cypher on Greenstone. So like the whole idea is like the same about how to play the match, the initiators. But man, Cypher against Raze is not so good.
Oh, okay. I'm interested to see how this is going to go here. And I'm very, very excited to introduce to you guys the return of Pampok.
Yeah, it feels good to have a certain someone beside me. How you feeling, Mike?
Yeah, it's good to be back. I was stuck in COVID jail with a slug club. Barely kept my sanity, but what a banger to return.
I mean, they've set you up pretty well, right? Come on.
I mean, Pankilios died for this.
Poor old Seth. He's out there somewhere.
He's taking a day off.
I'm sure he's fine. But we don't get a day off because we have an incredible game, and I think the Death started really well. I actually want to touch on some of the points and then kind of echo that. When we talk about expectation, Fnatic, I think a lot of people had high expectations for this roster, and they've actually met that mark.
I absolutely agree with what Mimi said. They have exceeded expectations, and the bar was already so high.
It was.
Huge positive. 100 Thieves on the other side of the coin, kind of been dragging their feet a little bit, right? In terms of the performance we've seen so far, not just the results at face value.
But this is a chance for them, right? This hasn't been spotted yet. This hasn't been noted. Fracture had not been put into the pool. Now, Fnatic has tape on everything else, it feels like. But we have to see how 100 Thieves look coming into this matchup. Are they able to keep someone like Durka, who's been a superstar, quelled, quiet? Let's find out.
With no damage done on the way in here for Fnatic, so should get a clean plant. Opportunity to play this out as 5. The spam just not landed. Bang, almost actually having an opportunity over the smoke, but Fnatic will be able to stabilize. Actually, the 3-man clearance through tree coming through.
Time's on their side here.
Very deep hold from Fnatic here towards Arcade.
I want to see how that comes into effect on this pull back. 100 Thieves now trying to readdress the site. A little bit of utility work to begin with, but Durka, before all that utility crunch towards his position, he even gets one, gets to fall away, and now he's got backup. Certainly not alone anymore. Cryo with a good bit of damage, but the trade's effective. Fnatic still holding numbers. Asuna, that's perfect though! 2 big kills, and we're back down to a 2v2.
Actually, the volley landing here, so 100 Thieves have to try and take an engagement. Boaster will actually find Derek there with the volley, and actually the first one comes down, but Leo good for the trade. Back on stage and closing out the first round here for Fnatic. Get them on the board here on Fracture.
And my eyes are going to be looking at Leo, how he's performing here, obviously. Stepping onto the stage finally. One of the hottest prospects out of EMEA, looking wonderful in those first couple of opening games. But now he's with the boys, now he's on the stage. A little bit of elevation there.
And I agree with the point made. He can ride the energy actually of Fnatic performing so well. Now he's on stage, he can actually benefit from his teammates in that regard.
And speaking of benefits, I mean, Durka must be loving it. You get Leo and Chronicle to set you up, right? Like, what a combination.
What more
of
can you ask for?
And again, Durka's had one of those tournaments. It's hard to ignore his capability. So, again, my eyes will always be on him as well. But I want to see how Leo performs now he's on the stage. Different environment. Now, on the other side of the coin, though, we look at the purchase. It's extremely light. We have the Sheriff Alpha Asuna, but beyond that, it's just classic. So, again, for Fnatic, keep it clean. The fundamentals have been solid from them. And Boaster connecting towards Stella.
We'll find the opening. Bang. Tucked inside the smoke, we'll have to respect this in Canteen for the time being. And 100 Thieves did just retrieve the orb towards Dish. A little bit of a push out there just to clear. Hoping to maybe find a favourable engagement, but it'll be very difficult now with these weapons to dig Fnatic out of another post plant.
Yeah, let's see if they can at least make it look uncomfortable for them. It's pretty rough to make anything happen with this one, so it is just kind of suffer through. Even a late smoke for Boaster as well keeps them funneled in. Let's see if Derek can maybe set something into motion, but Fnatic actually starting to go hunting.
Right here.
Pretty close to his orbital strike early on. A couple of kills here would be huge for him. Just misses on the adjustment there. Asuna punished, but shouldn't be much of a threat left in this. Yeah, I've got to be careful here to the Widescreen Chronicle to clean things up. A clean start here for Fnatic. 4 survive. Boaster obviously only bringing that Marshall in. And even there, with him falling, he's 1 away from his orbital strike here in round 3.
Dreamy beginnings for Fnatic. You couldn't ask for anything more.
And if the trend continues, actually, the way they're playing some of these 100 Thieves have to show a little resistance here. Now with the orbital strike on, it's a huge factor to convert a post-plant situation here in the bonus for Fnatic.
I'll look towards that in this round. I do want to see the adjustment for 100 Thieves now. Do they commit a little more to the site? Do they try and take some space elsewhere? There's a couple of options. It's Fracture. You can really get creative with this. So looking at it now, that should be good information off the rip. Boaster and Leo should be noted. Maybe not catching the third, but that's more than fine.
There's the ult.
It's online.
Obviously with that purchase, even getting a Phantom back into this one. Keep your eyes towards Durka. Sat behind that trip. Up towards Dish right now. Is just Stella anchoring towards A site, actually.
Oh, a late walk.
I say that, Derek. Make his way back over.
But I quite like 100 Thieves trying to take a bit of space here. Not being completely dictated to, but that's an issue now. They have to draw back a little bit, or they have to double down and commit towards this. It looks like they want to commit, but there's a bit of a trap set here. Boaster and Alpha are both waiting around this corner. The patience could pay dividends. Lovely work from Cryo. Boaster now removed. That's the ult off the deck, and the spike now down.
Chronicle will respond. Pressure coming back through from underpass here, but Asuna sharp. We'll find another. Durka left to find Cryo. Luckily escaping. 26 HP though.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Really, really good round. That could have been so dangerous, but they made incredible decisions. Leo making it costly though. Walking away with only 2 rifles in this round. 100 Thieves, so probably just happy to convert and come up with the right conclusions there, Mike.
I mean, initially, yeah, looking towards a very good conversion of that round for 100 Thieves, but we'll see just how the purchase will land. Spectre in hand for Asuna. Derek going to struggle for, I was going to say, any proper weapon here, but will actually receive a drop of a judge. We'll see actually if that becomes a factor here. The pings, I'm not sure if this is Fnatic going to try and posture a little bit towards A main.
Oh,
beautiful combo! Cryo's done for!
Cryo just accepts his fate. That could have been 2 as well. Derek was a step away from being caught in that. I was wondering where the C's was going, but that is gorgeous work. Lovely way to start this off. I thought it was posturing, but it's full intent. Asuna now needs to bail him out a bit here. He's been great for a couple of frags every round. The pop flash is good. Asuna wants more, can't convert. And Chronicle snaps back to Derek.
Stella now to try and get something done in a 2v4. Ahead of the spike being planted, and the paranoia amounts to nothing. Stella though,
good position.
The first spike and get a second as well.
Yeah, spike now down. He can actually play this one out. A 1v2 that's not impossible, it's just difficult. Boaster has no utility. Leo, I don't know how far off from he would be here, but we are now, okay, about 7 seconds away from that little bit of kit coming back online, and Stella gets to play the timing. 40 seconds to try and make the right decisions. Can he spot out these players? There's the committed utility. Nothing noted close by, nothing actively facing CT, but Stella playing it calm over by CT.
Yeah, it's a tough cross, no smokes here, but it looks as if Stella might just allow him to slip into a position here.
8 HP.
Scrap that.
He's only got 8 HP to work with, but his Boaster against him, full HP. Light armor, Boaster's good for it. Close as you like, though. A fabulous attempt from Stella.
Beautiful little set piece there towards Sand, just to find a freebie on the opener. Great conversion of the orbital strike. Stella making it interesting, and he's been a factor in so many individual rounds for 100 Thieves, but this is the sort of thing you love to see from Fnatic.
We always called them kind of the mad scientists, always came up with quirky little pieces. Some of them worked incredibly well for a long time, but that lovely little pocket play to come out with.
And even to say this as well, obviously we've seen Fnatic perform very well here in Sao Paulo. It's been a long time since we've seen them lean back towards that kind of choreographed set pieces. I mean, even think back to their split performance, right? It was a very minimal utility, double duelist composition.
But I like seeing them kind of lean towards that, but then also seeing the other side of the coin, the adaptive play against Furia. The desk certainly highlighted how valuable that was. Now, I want to see how Alpha handles this. Yeah, going to make his way out of there as the turret took a whole lot of contact. Felt a little bit too much pressure over towards the north side, and he's just going to head over with the gang, and it's a completely clear A side. 100 Thieves have to make a go of something here. You're not going to take traditional fights, so try to be proactive. Maybe trying to isolate that split we've been seeing going towards B. Obviously, we note it. Fnatic, they're not there.
I was going to say, should be able to figure this out. About now with Asuna. Hearing all these sounds.
Uh-oh. Alpha.
Alpha. Zerts. Stella?
Stella's just filthy right now. Leo, great conversion on the second. Needs to back away and play his life. Might need some support in this. Derek should be able to get a rifle out of it at least, but then find some more impact. Okay, he needs someone else with him. He needs someone to do something here. Asuna does have utility to play with, as does Bang. There's some danger in this round. All of the kind of post-plant positioning is deep on the site here. Just post it up. Durka delivers. Derek now down. Bang on the other side. Does the rifle get filtered through? Yes, it does. But again, time. It's ticking, Mike. They're running out of it.
Not an awful lot left to do here. Asuna might even just try and hold on to it. It's like that's the decision. Could get swept through from door here. Try and go for an exit. Boaster will shut it down, and he's getting closer and closer to another ultimate already. After clutching out the previous. Fnatic starting to stretch their legs a little bit here. 100 Thieves have to keep the economy in control. Do have the showstopper, have the null command. Cryo actually onto the operator now.
Be nice. Want to see how he tries to make that find impact in this. Fnatic have felt slippery. Felt like their goal seems irrelevant to 100 Thieves being in their way so far.
I mean, look at what Fnatic have to throw at this.
Perfect. And as you highlighted correctly, Boaster just 2 away now as well. So that early investment, it's only worked out for them in the correct manner. Now, looks a little indicative of maybe an early challenge on this, but Asuna decides against it in the end, sits back a little deeper. Fnatic testing the waters.
I was going to say, Cryo's trying to thread the needle on that deep angle. Outside arcade, might even explore a little bit here with the boom bot. It's only Leo on the other side, as we can see. Do 100 Thieves drift into underpass here to prevent the lockdown?
Challenging Durka, who seems all too aware that that could be their goal, their intent, their want. There it is. He is the guard, though. He is on duty, and Asuna is on the other side. The timing, the jump spot's there. The flash is good, though. He can't swing this right now. Gonna pop the ult and just send it. Post it, gets it. Trade 1-for-1, but Cryo is the end line there for that. Does get detained, but they do make it out in time. No threat to follow. But on the other side of the map, we noted Leo was the only one there. He was the only who could have stopped any deeper exploration, but he holds the back line. And now too, Derek and Cryo. Operator still in play.
See, actually, with Leo taking the rope across, that's going to pull Boaster away from B site. Again, conscious that Cryo's here, and he does have the showstopper. Something to prevent that plant going down. Now, when does Chronicle
30 seconds left.
give away some sound? Actually, I was thinking there if Boaster was going to try and fake with the smokes, but...
Oh, the timing. Chronicle.
I mean, Derek's in earshot. He's heard this smoke. They're completely committed to the rotation.
And that's a dead man walking. Straight away, Cryo, unaware of the potential of San, just waiting patiently, and now the pendulum swings. The spike's going back to B, and sadly for Derek, what are you meant to do? Wrong place, wrong time. Fnatic selling them a fake perfectly, working off the back of the success that Chronicle had. It's a free plant.
Derek does have the fault line back. Chronicle has a fault line of his own here. Got to win this one out, get a little closer, but Chronicle will shut that down. Fnatic 5-1 lead here on Fracture.
When's the timeout coming for 100 Thieves?
You got to stop the bleeding. I was talking about the economy starting to get out of control. They're just going to start cycling ults again now. And some big ultimates available for an execution here. Again, the intention there, bang on the money from 100 Thieves.
Not wrong at all, yeah.
Coming down, slowly pushing towards. Again, they were so conscious that there was going to be some kind of pinch to obtain underpass control, but it was only Leo who tucked into that position so late. It forced 100 Thieves to clear so much of bridge.
Patience, that discipline from Leo is fantastic as well. That's why I've always been impressed with him as a player. Yes, he's had his flashy moments, but I feel like he's one of those rocks that just gets you that one kill that is so valuable at times. Doesn't get overheated, doesn't overpeak, doesn't overplay anything. Really collected and calm player. And we called the timeout, and I think 100 Thieves realizing this one's getting out of hand. I'm a little worried, because I don't know how much they've got in the bank for this one, because again, to my eye, the untrained eye, of course, to an extent, Fnatic are looking really good here, Mike.
Yeah, and unfortunately there's been very few positives even in the losses here, other than trying to prevent that previous, again, good read on the lockdown. Things crumbling apart. Fnatic actually set up to deal with it very, very well. Maintaining composure. And with things like that early round with the combo for the orbital strike, 100 Thieves are going to be so paranoid if Fnatic have anything else cooked up to kind of slow down any aggression.
We're weighing heavy on the back of their minds, and the one thing that 100 Thieves really stood out to me with was their scrappiness, that like true underdog danger that they've had, but I'm not seeing it here.
Well, it's tough as well because with this composition, a double initiator for Cryo on the Rage, you're thinking, this is fantastic.
Cool,
Let's
we
see
can see more
100
of it.
Thieves open around up here, but it's at the point now of this half where it's almost like, yeah, guys, we got to drift back a little. You know, let's look for some reads, let's try and get some information as opposed to committing to fights, which is why we're seeing them kind of tucked in, anticipating these site hits. Again, a solo A-site anchor here.
And Bang's been having a rough series so far. Hasn't had that great start. He, a little hot and cold. We saw him being an absolute hero. I think it was on Icebox, but then also a couple of quiet games. So finding that consistency difficult, but you can see the utility pour. He's found a corner, a cubby to stay alive in, but bet your bottom dollar that gets checked. Everything poured in, but no commitment until now. Flying through towards sand.
Fnatic look like they're going to commit regardless. Actually, Bang still finds one though.
That's huge. A little bit of chip damage is good. Take away Durka, that's not bad. Point man now gone. Here comes the return. They want back in. They don't want to let them even get a plant. Cryo desperate to find a pixel out of place, but the plant's coming in. Sends it, doesn't find it. Leo in the meantime cut down Asuna, and now the player advantage sitting with Fnatic. Make it scrappy, make something happen. Alpha's not letting it. It's a 3v1, and Stella's been golden, but not now. Fnatic put a whole lot into that though. Blind ults almost. It was just pouring everything in, maybe in case of a stack, but
again, desperate to secure. Yes, obviously the purchase wasn't there from 100 Thieves, but I think the threat comes through. It's a perfect reaction. Yep. Bang finds the kill. The showstopper's about to come through. Guys, secure this round. I think Cryo's so unfortunate. And even after actually the counter-rolling Thunder comes through, he's then stuck in a smoke. He can't even get out of it. He has to post the ultimate somewhere. I think initially popping it when he's on the ropes, tries to satch it out, but just can't close the gap.
Okay, early information. Do they get the read this time? What do 100 Thieves want to do with this?
This is good though. They want to see this double flank challenge Alpha out towards Tree. Bang previously noted on this position. I think actually Fnatic throwing the same reveal, so see if the awareness is there. Alpha challenged, but turret gone at least. A good indicator as well. No command popped on the back of that contact.
Poster? How's he found Bang like that?
Like I said, he was noted with that reveal previously.
That's such great work, and they're completely negating Asuna's presence. He wants to find one of these players, and Chronicle just threading the needle so perfectly. Now the flank's coming into effect. Leo put on the chopping block.
This kill!
Comes out of it, Alpha in combination. It's never a fair 1v1 right now. Crow is winning out as best he can, but he's the last man alive.
27 HP as well. Can't even commit to a follow-up engagement here. This is looking so good from Fnatic. Again, just the awareness to hard clear that angle of Bang. Noted, I think, pistol round actually, was when he didn't deal with that reveal immediately. It pinged him out. The poster's already got the read on this. Knowing he's stacked up, Cryo are going to be looking to save this weapon.
He's trying to clear it. Cryo is done for. Boaster, gotta say, I'm impressed so far with this look from Fnatic. You know, from an IGL perspective, they are calling fabulously. They've got really good just heads-up Valorant right now. It's what, 5 on the trot? There hasn't really been an answer. And yes, some of these rounds are scrappy, but the economy is so just well-rounded already. 7K on Boaster, 5 on Leo, 7 on Chronicle. There's no threats anytime soon to even the money. I'm worried for 100 Thieves. That timeout didn't do much for them here.
Even in rounds like that, you want to see them drawing blood at first contact.
Yeah,
ahead of that execute, but just a couple of gunfights not going their way. Unfortunately, 2 massive win conditions for 100 Thieves in my eyes. Derek and Bang not having too much of a good start here.
Challenge. This could be the threat we want to be seeing. A little bit more disruptive, but it's handled. Again, this is with Sheriffs. This was on the full buy, but they're getting in their face and they're trying to make it work. Alpha controls the aim in the end and gets it back in check, and Leo reads it well. It got a little threatening, but it's still 3 standing. It's still around for Fnatic.
Also lost cause at this point. 100 Thieves in this first half. Haven't quite got their ultimates back online for
this round, ideally.
I
right?
mean, yeah, 8-1 scoreline. This is the one that really saves the half. They have to win this. You talk about saving the half being either an 8-4 or a 9-3 scoreline.
Feels very different.
Yeah.
It really does. Now, look.
I'm looking for the same thing again, though, here with the lockdown, whether or not Fnatic actually you know, the benefit
Is
of
there
conditioning.
layers now, or yeah?
If they're going to anticipate once again this paranoia on the side of 100 Thieves about that lockdown. Yeah, 100 Thieves backing away this time. They do not want to engage it. But they fake the steps. So this is going to pull an extra player maybe towards B side to sit outside it.
They're playing filthy mind games because they're going to hear these steps, right? So they're going to think, okay, lockdown's on the way, and it may be. But it's all for a fake towards A, but they haven't over-rotated. There's still 3 players somewhat close by. So, again, it's worked somewhat well, but it hasn't had that full effect. Asuna is still here.
He's in such a dirty spot as well.
This is so ratty. This could be the absolute pièce de résistance for 100 Thieves, and it's not. It's instantly traded. Where's the rest of the boys, though? Where's 100 Thieves to challenge his cross? It ain't happening. Spike's not over just yet. Cryo needs to be warded away, and he has been. The pain shell pushes him out of place. But the spike now on the site. The time should be in Fnatic's hands.
Let's see.
They're
100
pushing
Thieves
it.
going for the pre-take.
Yeah, this is huge. This is dangerous, but look at the util. Set into motion. Durka just capitalize on it. Chronicle, wondrous work, and again, it's shut down. Derek makes such a valiant attempt, but there's just so many bodies. Fnatic, I mean, a couple of scary moments again, but 9-1. Mike, you know what? I get scared whenever I cast Fnatic because as soon as they feel favored, they falter.
As soon as we open our mouths.
No, it's a classic Fnatic thing. The second you think, right, this is the Fnatic, this is the super team, cool, no threat, you'd have a game out of nowhere where it looks atrocious. But this is the cleanest I've seen them.
Yeah, there's very few mistakes. This is so painful for 100 Thieves as well. I mean, Asuna's in a position where you can't play trigger discipline in that corner. You have to commit to the first. He can't then stay in the corner and look for a second. He has to wide swing here. A little bit of aggression actually from 100 Thieves initially. First time we've really seen them actively take space. Force Fnatic back the other direction, but there's nobody here on A side.
And Leo, I wonder how much they kind of read into this. Yeah, they should have the full clear on site. It won't be dealt with either. So again, very indicative that there's no presence. And Alpha, this position, does find one and a second. The Turkish superstar, the kid himself,
oh my God,
in unison. It's a 1-2 punch. Some of the heaviest hitters in EMEA just shattering 100 Thieves. And Stella again, good luck. Maybe you'll get close, but you've got 5 to get through.
What a phenomenal half from Fnatic so far. And like I said, it's not even as if 100 Thieves were overstepping the mark. They're not making a lot of mistakes. Fnatic are just punishing everybody that commits to an opening engagement. Flooding sites.
This is going to be pretty soul-crushing for 100 Thieves on map 1. This is their map choice, and you're walking into a classic map for Fnatic off the back of this. Does Stella get to stay alive? No, he doesn't. Loses out as well. Thor still standing. Ult's now on the cusp. I mean, Fnatic, they can do no wrong, Mike.
What was terrifying is actually, yeah, position to have Leo and Durka's ultimates here. And actually, with that investment in the previous, just to get some rifles in, 100 Thieves desperate to try and convert anything. I mean, at this point, even themselves, they're looking at this as a lost cause in this first half. The Guardian, one rifle in the hands of Stella, but SMGs to round this out. Possibility for Cryo and Derek maybe to get their ultimates online.
Ooh, didn't ping Alpha. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nice shot from Cryo. Could have gone way worse. Gets to keep his life 1-1 trade, and away we go. Sight now going to be pressured, but halted for a moment. Durka not going to work off the back of that.
Durka just catching Chronicle's Rolling Thunder. I think the intention there was to explode on the back of that reaction to the dish engagement. 100 Thieves stabilized for the time being. Bang and Stella haven't drifted away.
No. They've been stubborn in rotations, and it's actually benefited them a couple of times to at least have a somewhat of a fight. Obviously, end goal didn't really net them many more rounds, but as it stands, Bang. Nice little paranoia, once again trying to slow it down by a couple of seconds for that rotation. But Durka going to pop the ult. That's Stella gone, and now they're going to note one towards tower. Bang! How much can one man do? He's got 2 kills so far. He's struggling to make this count. Takes a whole lot of...
He has to eat it. He has to eat it because of the paint shell.
There's no
escape. Utility is just fantastic from Fnatic.
It's so
in every
choreographed.
scenario.
Everything is fabulous. Cryo dead. Durka buries him. Derek, the last one alive here. Oh, put the knife away, Boaster. Bounding forward, but 3 more to get through for Derek. the firing squad's not going to let it happen. Fnatic look formidable here. There's no two ways to paint this. They look like the super team we've been waiting for.
Yeah, unfortunately 100 Thieves, I think obviously were being tested previously. This is the byproduct of that. Fnatic looking to just punish 100 Thieves in so many different scenarios. And the utility, yeah, call me crazy, we're talking about it again. The utility from Fnatic back to its glory form.
And that's how we're going to end this for the half. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. Fnatic ball are dominant from round 1, and they did not stop until the end.
Yeah, we're just cursed on Fracture today, I guess. 2-11.5 is just ridiculous. And yeah, I think this was a solid start from them. They had a real good game plan right off the bat. And I mean, everything was working really well. I mean, the first round that really excited me was that round 4 from Boaster. We just had a chance to look at it right now. There's the C's going over top. They're planning around the breach raise that 100 Thieves is playing. And I guarantee you that's never something that Cryo's really gone into, and he just gets ulted, stuck to the tether.
Yeah, it's such a difficult round to play against. Fnatic had a great game plan, but I also felt like there were moments where 100 Thieves had the right idea. This round, for example, they preempt the Killjoy ult, walk underpass initially, but then Fnatic, when going for that play, despite walking into a 3-man stack, react with some really strong utility. That Killjoy ult never gets broken, and Leo's just holding on the other side, ready for them. Fnatic was so well coordinated and so quick at reacting to whatever 100 Thieves threw at them.
Yeah, a lot of that coordination, I think, came down to the IGL. BZK, you know, you mentioned him already. What do you think of his performance so far here and what Fnatic are able to do?
Like, I think Boaster let Fnatic be ahead of the match, the whole map.
Yeah.
Like every rotation they were doing the map, like his smokes, his utility, he was like even being able to use his Molotov to get sometimes for his team to get to the side, while the other team was trying to add like fast and retake and stuff like that. They couldn't. So I think Boaster did a really good job there.
Yeah, and I really like as well the ult economy that this guy is like harvesting. He ulted twice, I think, right now, and one of them was that set play. Actually, 3 times. The 2 times on the A side as well. I remember round 2, he's literally pushing with a Marshall to get eco frags, knowing 100 Thieves is trying to die to the spike. That's the type of big brain stuff I want to continue to see out of Boaster.
Well, this is a big uphill battle for 100 Thieves here, Pansy and Hypok. Do we believe in miracles?
I almost got a tattoo last time I committed to a scoreline, so I'm probably going to chill on that a little bit. But this is this is what it is. It's 11-1. Fnatic are playing some of the best Valorant we've seen in a fair amount of time, at least from them. I mean, this is high caliber Valorant here in front of us.
From one team, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I'll go there. Like I said,
you've been in the den too long. Yeah. You've come out vicious.
The Slug Club has me jaded. But like I said, there was a couple of scenarios where the setup for 100 Thieves looked like they are going to commit to engagements. Those gunfires just weren't winning out. And it's unfortunate at that point. It spirals out of control when you sort of commit to that.
Okay, look, if it's ever going to be a turnaround, if it's ever going to be a good game, at least in map 1, it has to start with this pistol. Fresh starts, fresh half. And a heavy scoreline at the top of the screen. But Darker getting a little bit of contact over towards Tree. But drifting away from this, look at what's waiting in A-Hall. Fnatic have 3 players ready. Chronicle ready as well with the flash and the swing. It couldn't be better once again.
Completely. I was going to say, untraded first blood here. Leo actually double dips. The Nano Swarm going to slow down, remove any further threat here. And that's the spike noted now. Durka here with the pinch from Tree. 2 members of 100 Thieves left coming back through. Got to find something here, and they're so paranoid. And Fnatic have drifted, completely swapped sides here.
Yeah, it looks like the first half again. What are you meant to do if you're 100 Thieves? You've got Fnatic playing hyper confident, very aggressive, taking correct fights, nice cell setups. Leo reading it correctly, just a little off on the timing here. 2 players in that smoke, chip damage done. Asuna feeling the brunt of that, and Leo, he just wants to feel out that stage himself. It's 12 in the blink of an eye. This game, it's one-sided as it can be, basically.
Thieves, be able to throw some stingers in the mix here. Try and make a stand, but that is a tall mountain to climb. The other thing as well, we're talking about aggression and stuff on the side of Fnatic. It's not a conversation we're used to having on maps outside of maybe Haven.
Sure, yeah.
But they are willing to double down on some of these opening engagements. Like I said, when you got the names to back it up, and it looks so damn good time and time again.
Even just for confidence sake, a little bit more damage would be lovely, and it's just not happening. Bloody hell. Oh, it's all gone wrong.
Go next. Just go next. Eric and Bang left to try and find something. Bang with a good pinch here, actually. Chronicle tries to get the turn on it.
Okay, good paranoia, didn't get pressured yet. Where's that spike? Ah, it's around Fnatic. Well, the run remains untarnished. Fnatic looking unbelievably good. 13-1, 100 Thieves looking outclassed here, Mike.
I think this is kind of like back to the opposite end of the extreme we were talking about earlier on. 100 Thieves almost dragging themselves through some of these series, and I think this is the opposite end of the scale, right? Fnatic, yes, they were tested yesterday with a quirky comp that relied a little bit of adaptation in a team that is notoriously slippy to deal with. This is just kind of pushed that story even further aside. Fnatic really stretching their legs here on Fracture.
Yeah, they certainly did. Actually, one of the teams that I was kind of curious how this would look, because I feel like I'm worried now about Icebox, because it has been a good map for 100 Thieves. That, you know, they've suffered through it a couple of times. They've come out the best in a couple of moments there, but that is tape for Fnatic. That's what scares me, and that's what's coming up next.
It's material to feast on for Minion, right? They love their prep, and they love looking at little things to just break down some setups.
Yeah, feast or famine right now. Fnatic are absolutely devouring 100 Thieves.
Well, that was a stomp we didn't expect. I certainly didn't expect. I've got Mimi, Bala, and BZK back with me on the desk. That was way too fast, Mimi. I don't even remember half the things that was going on.
Yeah, it was absurd. I mean, we had kind of a punt from 100 Thieves to pick into this fracture map, and did not work out whatsoever. It felt like their game plan was absolutely no match against what Fnatic was putting up.
Yeah, super disappointing showing from 100 Thieves. I think you look at them picking Fraction, you expect, okay, there's probably going to be something. They force Cryo into Raze again. That experiment, I'm sorry, but they have to stop if they want a chance here at Lock-In. And maybe they don't have the prep to be able to switch it around. But yeah, super disappointing. It didn't really look like there was any game plan with the comp that they were running. And that's really unusual for 100 Thieves. Well, really unusual.
BZK, what do you think went wrong there?
Like, 100 Thieves made a pick of Fracture, and they had no information about how Fnatic was playing the map. And that's a really risky pick there, because you can pick several maps that Fnatic played the whole tournament, and they just tried to make a blind pick there, and they got surprised. Like, Fnatic was always one step ahead.
Yeah, and it kind of in contrast to what 100 Thieves brought out, I think the game plan for Fnatic was really fantastic. You talked at the halftime ball about how well they were optimizing grabbing orbs to always have ults online, and it feels like with putting the emphasis on that, every other round they were able to have one of these preset executes with a breach ult or a brim ult, and 100 Thieves was consistently overwhelmed by them. As well as that, even when they were giving up sites, their retake was really struggling because Fnatic did a great job of having continual utility in their post plant, having Leo have another flash, another stun to keep fighting forward and never giving 100 Thieves a chance.
Yeah, and Leo, what a performance for his first map on stage. Just ridiculous. He pounded 100 Thieves into dust. This is a ridiculous performance. It's the same thing that we saw when we first saw Leo on LAN at Copenhagen. He is ridiculously good and talented, and I think everybody who was sleeping on him right now or doubting the people who were saying this guy is the real deal, right now they're questioning themselves, actually probably all aboard the Leo train.
And he only died 3 times as well, which I think is kind of crazy.
Pretty
BZK,
good.
you know, you said it was going to be a big advantage for him to join the boys on stage. Did you expect it to be that big of an advantage?
That was a huge game for him. Like, I didn't expect that performance, but I knew it was going to be a huge thing for Fnatic, and they showed like way more team play, way more like team working there, like with the 5 players on the stage.
Yeah, again, it is crazy that this is this team's first event, and both these brand new initiator players, at least for this squad, have integrated so perfectly.
Yeah, and speaking of one of those initiator players, let's take a look at Chronicle right now, warming up in the AIM Lab shoot around. Now, BZK, you were telling us quite a funny tidbit about how Brazil viewed a Chronicle. Would you be able to share that with us here?
Yeah, not by him doing that, but usually when something does a really good skillful play, like a really good aim in a match, we in Brazil will say, okay, this guy has Chronicle's aim, you know, so that's something it's common here in Brazil.
Ball is loving that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was touted potentially as one of the best players of 2021, definitely the best initiator for Gambit after that run that they had, the first place and then the second place. So yeah, that's not surprising. I'm just hoping he's not playing ranked like that, or maybe that's why Gambit lost last year.
Maybe that's the secret.
What?
Maybe that's the new secret.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's doing so good.
Hidden tech, don't use your movement keys while in game.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I do as well, I don't play nearly as well as Chronicle. But we are going to move on to map 2, and would you know it, it's going to be Icebox. We finally get to see what Fnatic have been doing on Icebox. They haven't played this map at all, and it does feel like this is if you're a Fnatic fan, Bala, you're absolutely loving the fact that we're going to see Icebox.
Oh, absolutely. I think the one doubt I have in my mind is that 100 Thieves has won the Icebox both times that they played it, and they do have a real game plan with that Cryo Omen, but Fnatic, they haven't played it yet, and it's always historically been one of their greatest maps. I'm wondering what the change is going to be for that Chamber, because they're definitely not going to play Chamber on this map, but they are still going probably to play the Killjoy in the Sage.
Yeah, and that's something that's funny about Fnatic on Icebox, because they really had a really strong Icebox for always, but they never used the most common composition on the match.
Yeah.
And on this patch, like, it's so good for them.
Well, you can see, guys, Fionn, our very own Fionn on Fire, said that Arsena is the king of Icebox. But Durka, I think, had something to respond to this tweet. I think he was very, very confused. The disrespect that Fionn was putting on him. And Mimi, he has every right to feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely, because in 2022, this was Fnatic's absolute best map. They were fantastic at it. On the attacking side, Durka did such a good job of taking space for this team, always getting into post plants where they had really strong ideas. And on the defense, they did a great job of denying plants. They were always double flanking, providing pressure, never letting their opponent find much. Even against the best teams like last year FPX, Fnatic Fnatic was always winning on Icebox.
Yeah, and we have been waiting for this matchup, Asuna versus Durka, from before this 100 Thieves squad has really even been formed. Asuna hasn't necessarily been having the best performances, not only on this map, but others in recent times. But the last match, he just had a really strong performance. So I'm excited to watch these two. The problem here, though, is last map was a Durka diff, a Chronicle diff, a Leo diff, everything diff for Fnatic, and 100 Thieves needs to be much, much, much better.
Well, BZK, you were interested in what they were going to pick here in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and it does feel like a very straightforward comp for Fnatic. Durka moving to the Jet instead of the Chamber.
Yeah, definitely. And the main thing is the difference between this patch that we're playing right now, Lock-in, and like the last champions, like the KO, the Chamber. So it does change a lot about how you get control of some areas in Icebox, and I just feel that this composition fits so well for Fnatic.
Yeah, and for 100 Thieves, it feels like they just have to shut down Durka. Before he was in Chamber Jail, now he gets to play on his Jet, which is his best role on his best map. This is going to be a really challenging one for NA's last squad.
Well, 100 Thieves, they have to bounce back here if they want to stay in this tournament. Pansy and Hypok, I hope you guys get a good game, especially since Hypok has just come back.
Well, you know, a good game is subjective, right? But Michael, what I'm going to ask you...
I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, it seems wonderful. Talk to me. Give me some hope here. Give me something to
All
work
right,
with here.
I'll huff a little
something.
bit just for you.
All right.
100 Thieves are a 3-map team. Okay, I'm done. That's all I got. Shout out Van Silly,
Yeah,
by
I was
the
about
way.
to say, you've been on Van's
It's
Twitter.
a fantastic point. The other things, this comp for me, it feels like they're going to rely once again on something that just didn't go right for them on Fracture. Tucking into sites, relying on, receiving that first engagement, conceding some space for Fnatic. It feels so uncomfortable to do with Fracture going the way it did. 100 Thieves need to show some of that determination that we've seen in previous series. I mean, the 11-11 Thrifty on Haven, sticking the defuse, 12-11 on Pearl versus EDG. 100 Thieves have to ride that. And they have to have a confident start here on the first half.
They can set the tone. They start out on the attacking side here. Their map choice gone, crushed. But walking into Icebox, there's certainly no strangers to it. And a 3-2 split to begin. An early glimpse towards A, but no intent behind it and no flank noted. That's the start. Cryo beheading Alpha opens up some chances here. Will force the rotation, but there are still 3 players from Fnatic very close by, and Boaster willing to brawl. What? Boaster, what the hell is that?
Well, he wanted to stop the plant going down, and he's done it. 100 Thieves now forced to try and recover. They do still have the wall, but
what's in that headband? Michael, someone check him headband, because it's not normally. There's something bizarre going on. Boaster just waltzed in and just kicked down the door of 100 Thieves. We're in the post plant, right? Now the pressure gets put a little bit further towards 100 Thieves to hold this. Durka's on the hunt. You've got Derek kind of on his own as well. That's dangerous. Stella's gone down. Cryo still standing. Derek and Cryo, you got to do something. Cryo made a damn good go, but it ain't going to be enough. Barely 30 HP between them, but it's more than enough to get the job done. Diffuses there. Fnatic strike first.
Again, just I guess this could be nerves, but there's just no contingency there. Nobody's watching somebody make an audacious play like Boaster did, swinging around, capitalizing on the poison orb decay. I'm pretty sure, was there 2 people towards yellow? There's definitely one. There's definitely one.
I mean,
yeah, you see Bansh so late with the swing. Sorry, Derek was inside the poison orb as well. And the problem being, again, preventing that plant. So much of the time on the wall is burnt up. So actually, 100 Thieves don't even have that window in the post plant to actually take one engagement, then reset towards main. Big round from Boaster.
Huge. And you talk about tape. I mean, they've had plenty of glimpses at this 100 Thieves side. We hadn't seen Fnatic really rely into this map. Actually, a very limited map pool visible so far, in 2 wins so far for the vast majority of their opening games. So again, very small sample size. But this classically always suited them well. Let's see what 100 Thieves can make out of this.
Force purchase coming through for 100 Thieves as well. Desperate to try and stop any early momentum. Maybe prevent a snowball like the first map.
Well, the site should be theirs this time. I don't see much to challenge on the plant. So good start here. Can they somehow batten down the hatches? Any punishment on the way out? No. A little bit of chip damage. But Durka getting curious. Flies in. Almost takes it down, but for the second time of asking, he gets it. A 4v3 now. Stella, Derek, and Bang, what do you have for this one? The wall decays, broken down, and up and over the top again. Oh, poor old Derek. This is going to be a tall task. First found. 3 more. That's a great shot. But there's still 2 more, and it doesn't matter the individuals. Yes, doing a bit of damage, but that was a buy-in from 100 Thieves too.
Was desperate to stop this early progress for Fnatic, but Vandal retrieved a Bulldog, saved across for Boaster. 100 Thieves have to ride this out with potentially Sheriffs, maybe. A little investment behind it, but
that's a stat.
That's kind of crazy, actually, yeah. 100 Thieves' last series loss was against Fnatic.
Absolute kryptonite to this team, it feels like.
It was the elimination game, right?
Yeah, it was. But to me, again, I think everyone looks at the individuals on 100 Thieves and sees that potential. You've got some of the best players, those kind of up-and-comers that could prove to be absolutely fatal down the line. Just wait and see it all come together, but Fnatic seems like maybe a challenger a little too far ahead. But
I come back to the point I made previously. Yeah. In my eyes, Bang, best controller NA. Again, that discussion has gone on long enough now. Obviously, there's the separate with the meta changing around Cryo, but in my eyes, Bang hasn't had a bad event, but he's nowhere near his peak. He's nowhere near that peak that we've seen previously.
The day they figure it out, whatever it is, I don't...
I mean, the man's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, no, watch their games back. If only, let's say you only tune in and watch the international events, fair enough. I don't blame you. They're good games. But watch these guys. Go back and watch that tape because you cannot deny that capability. And when they somehow get it to all come online at the same time and it all works at these sort of events, that's a team that can certainly cause so many problems. But it's not there yet. We're not out of the woods yet in this matchup. It could be soon, but a couple of Sheriffs and Marshall. They did have a little bit of light armor too. They're eyeing up that B site. This time, I wonder if Boaster's going to dare to be so audacious.
Ton of damage though with that snake fight, and unfortunately the wall coming down so late that Asuna, I mean, didn't even get the wall down. Sorry, he had the wall in his hands there.
That's a huge punish. Stella and Asuna are now down. They're down to just 3, trying to get a plant. Do they get it? Alpha's taken away Bang, but they did get the plant down, but only a little bit of chip damage towards Alpha. And well, 4 standing. This is going to be a big call to action for 100 Thieves. This round has to mean a whole lot. That first buy that comes in, they have to start doing more.
It is, because then there's factors we can start discussing about the comp, right? You're playing against a player like Durka, who has just been playing lights out this entire event. Then we talk about, obviously, Cryo facing off against that as the expected, what we would have before we saw this composition. It's kind of a slow attack comp here. It leans towards that, and with no flash, it's so reliant on Derek and potentially in that regard, Bang, to use their utility to force Durka out of these spots. It's just so hard for 100 Thieves to commit unless they figure out where Durka's going to be with this operator, which, I mean, I wasn't even looking. He's got it online now, yeah. So it's going to be a factor from this round going forward. How 100 Thieves deal with this.
Let's see what he does this round again. Same turret going to come in, but he's happy to take an early challenge. So has been spotted. You can see 100 Thieves seeing quite aware of that potential that he does try and maybe add some additional pressure, sitting super deep in the default and allowing 2 to kind of explore through towards middle. But it's not unchecked. Alpha is on guard duty, holding down this mid push. Swings off the back of the turret contact, but lovely shot from Cryo.
Boaster, though, is happy to come up and equalize. We'll find the kill onto Bang. Cryo now in a world of trouble, has to dig himself out of this position, does have that TP to get away, but Durka, he's found Derek over towards B site. He's going to try and punish the plant, maybe?
Maybe a little off on the timing, but clears the close part of the wall. This one could still be tucked there. Asuna got away, made it back. And now there's Durka with the first glimpse. Spots one out by Yellow, but only sees Stella. And now a tap on towards the diffuse walls there. Asuna leans forward, takes down Boaster. Chronicle answers back and doubles down into it. And now just one alive deleted. Chronicle writing chapters of this victory already. That's going to be 4 for Fnatic. This is worrying scenes. Yes, they took down Boaster. Yes, they succeeded in middle. But the answer was quick from Fnatic.
And that's the key word, quick. You can see immediately. I thought Durka was going to go and try and punish there. Honestly, they know obviously Cryo's position. They know that it's at least 2 that push towards Kitchen. Early on, I think Asuna sending some shots out at least, but the Killjoy turret being noted. They had no information on what was left elsewhere on the map for 100 Thieves. So I think the assumption there is he's planting solo. You can see immediately they
There
were
was that,
ready.
yeah.
They were ready to try and punish. Boaster just screaming for everyone to hang fire for a moment.
I gotta say, Boaster's been pretty cheeky with how he's been playing on this map, actually. Some really imperative kills for the side. Durka still patrolling over towards A. Let's look at 100 Thieves this time, testing this operator.
Drone available for Derek. Obviously, Recon burnt up already. Man, this round here, don't really want to see Durka exploring too deep. That's why he's on a very deep angle here. Asuna might be first on the chopping block.
Timing on this. I spotted him. Yeah, and didn't get challenged from Nest either. Asuna was just
a little off with the double swing.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is getting so deadly. What is going on? They are lucky to be standing. Durka missing a couple of shots there, but I'm looking towards the rest of the map. Is there any slip through? It looks like Bang might have found a little bit of room to work, but it's minimal. But it has forced them to somewhat dismantle this stack.
And Chronicle throwing up the wall just to prevent that waterfall onto sight. Gonna feel a bit of pressure here though, but the recon bolt is gonna help him out massively. Asuna, his trademark across the ropes.
Ooh.
And another one.
Big boy shots from Asuna. Needs a couple more of those. We are into a 3v2. They've made this a little more possible. Maybe taming the aggression slightly, but Alpha does not care. They're flying in. Fnatic want him dead. Durka wants his crown. Remove the usurper away. And 5-0. It's not looking dangerous enough for me yet.
Gonna repeat the same statement I made on Fracture. This is, in my eyes, what feels like the swing round here for 100 Thieves. They have to start chipping away at this economy that Fnatic have built up already. Chronicle looking so sharp this map as well.
It's lovely, that little 1-2 punch. Him and Leo, the utility work, so complementary. Just revealing as they made that little push up. He never felt so he was on an island to an extent. But no, the utility work, just gorgeous to witness the purchases in.
Yeah, Fnatic have actually done a very good job at dealing with Derek's utility so early on that Durka feels none of that pressure. Again, this is the last thing you want to have to do against an operator. This slow creep around the map, desperately trying to figure out where he is.
Yep.
Again, with no flashes in this composition, it's not really as if you can commit to clearing or forcing Durka off any of these angles.
They did find success off this last time, though. Managing to catch Alpha on the swing off the back of the turret's contact, but this time not the case. There's a slip through mid that Bang maybe explored in the prior round. Sent it obviously a little deeper. Now noting the rotation, that's going to be more players here. Alpha, good for one, but the quick punish on Bang. Good trade. Now the site looking a little more open. Do they commit off the back? Yes, they do. 100 Thieves could be working their way up. I want to see if they follow through on this, though.
Do have the res, so they can retake control here from Orange. Just about getting out here. Just be able to get back to 5 standing for Fnatic.
There we go.
Boaster actually has a Viper's Pit here.
Ooh.
It's not Bang planted, so though 100 Thieves won't have a Viper's Pit of their own. But only 1 kill away. That's a problem.
Lockdown on lockdown. Hunter's Fury to try and deal with it as well. That's going to be posted in. Not going to be found just yet, but Asuna pays patience. It does get 2. Now we look at what's remaining. A 2v3. Stella, Derek, Bang. The time is a huge element in this. The lockdown did catch one. That's Leo. A little unfortunate for him, making a little bit of a mistake here. Does get away, still alive. Durka tries to do the best to keep him standing, but now overwhelmed. 100 Thieves finally making it on the board.
He said that felt like a must-win for 100 Thieves, 3 standing. Yeah, to at least start to get their footing. Fnatic not really going to feel the sweat after that loss, to be honest with you.
No, but I do like that they finally explored middle to an extent of that level of success. Bang finding that little bit of room, isolating Boaster, perfect. Love to see it in the actual ability then kind of springboard off the back. This is what I want to see, is maybe finding that space across this map going forward.
Well, Dirk has actually swapped out the operator here, so be a real spanner in the works if 100 Thieves now have to deal with Durka digging a little deeper for this opening fight.
Well, you look at the pressure that's on someone like Alpha's shoulders right now, having to deal with kitchen, mid, any of that slip through now being exploited once. It's going to have an earlier lean potentially coming back. from the likes of Leo, right?
I was going to say, Durka's actually close enough to hear these steps though, Lauren. Oh, wow. So if this is relayed, you can already see Leo
needs to get back
going
around.
to start making his way across this direction.
Yeah, maybe a little.
Do they clear the nest? They haven't.
They haven't. The Algoritm's not
This is a
spotted
problem.
in. This could be a massacre. That's going to be the spike down. Durka gets away with his life. Yeah, huge damage dealt with. Now what do they have to work with? There's a slow build from Cryo over towards B. Rez comes in with backup 5. The Rez going to get punished. Leo's waiting. Straight back down to the dead. Bang's gone. The 5v4 once again. Yes. Space found from Cryo though. This is still decent, but they have a limited amount of time to work with, and they've lost him out. Boaster playing so well in that big composure kept, and all of that advantage they had towards B is now gone.
Boaster's still here, should be able to hear the cross. Look at the utility to just slow even further.
Oh, lovely work from Asuna though, as a response. Desperate to fight for the site. Derek's now going to be noted. Okay, doesn't get the same sort of capability to do damage on the flank anymore. That's going to be in the back of Fnatic's minds. Durka, death from above, joined by Alpha and now 2. Stella and Derek both potentially noted here as well. Derek's now dealt with in the defuse. Stella, what can you do about this one? He's got to stop him defusing. Oh,
what?
Alpha gives him the backhand. It ain't going to happen.
Oh no. And that one felt like it almost definitely should have gone in 100 Thieves' favor. Asuna just foaming at the mouth.
Yeah.
Desperate to try and find something else ahead of Fnatic setting up for that retake. I think after a round like that, you have to kind of get everybody back on the same page, because there's just certain things that just feel a little desperate, a little less considered. On the side of 100 Thieves, really starting to feel the pressure now. A 5-round deficit.
You're getting flashbacks to map 1.
Yeah, much similar. There's, I'll be honest, the only positive being they doubled down on that initial success. I'm air quoting success they found in Kitchen and got one on the board, but again, massive investment there. Fnatic actually invested in their own lockdown, draws out the Hunter's Fury. It weakens 100 Thieves' overall economy, and then they're right back to square one now.
I want to see what their approach is, though. Have they managed to find anything out? Oh, someone in the crowd's really excited.
What's going on out there?
I don't know. Bloody hell. What game are they watching? Clearly a Fnatic fan. But yeah, I do want to see a response, though, from 100 Thieves. I think they've had a little bit of time now, right? They've mulled over the options. Hopefully the coach has noted a couple of options for them to explore going forward. Because right now, they're not really punishing Durka's exploration towards A, right? He's been able to get Nest a couple of times, push up a little deeper a couple of times. Again, they haven't really threatened Boaster too much, even though he's isolated.
I mean, you'll notice as well, Alpha has his, like, literally his hands full in terms of what he has to deal with.
All that?
But he's not really breaking a sweat.
Nope.
Again, the reads, the rotations are perfectly on time for Fnatic. That even if Alpha is under any threat, there's a contingency in place. There's a safety net for it.
And if you do want to punish this, oh my word, this solo hold towards B, you have to have so much intent and pace behind it, because the rotations aren't slow. Alpha's there instantaneously, and Leo's the one swing through. But here's the other side of the map.
Digging a little deeper here, doubling down on that previous round from Durka.
Reading it so well off the back of the Aldro and a little bit of info.
My eyes are on Stella here. He can't drift away from this alarm bot.
Oof, bloody hell, Bang. Taking a boatload of damage.
They've noted the flank now, and there's no map control for 100 Thieves.
No, they're stuck. They are stuck here. They have nowhere to go.
No way, Durka.
Durka! We told you this was his map. The ult came in the meantime as well from Boaster. The map's feeling very small. Cryo trying to fight their way forward. Maybe a little bit of an overextend towards CT, try and get the pressure. But you can see Leo somewhat aware, but Asuna, great trade. Chronicle answers right back in kind. And they need someone to dig deeper here. They need some big kills. They need Asuna to bail them out, and he simply cannot do it. Durka puts him down. And Fnatic once again, 3 still standing, doing everything correct.
Not going to be a buy on the board. On the cards here, sorry, for 100 Thieves.
Look at that, bloody hell.
Durka just pulling out the rank strats now. Let's take mid, I'll updraft. I'll updraft over B main. It's the first time that we've not had some threat in middle. Bang and Cryo have been so present previously.
But it's a great counter read, right? During the timeouts, Mini's obviously going to realize that, yeah, Boast has been isolated. Yes, they've explored a little towards middle. They'll probably double down on that. But now we see the challenge on this side of the map. That's different. Maybe they stick around a little longer. Yeah, Chronicle's feeling it. He's feeling confident enough. Does relinquish. Has to fall away. Stella was just tunneled. Oh, Darker snaps to Cryo's head. And the tunnel vision then, desperate to hunt out a player. Leo just strides through the wall. Yeah, they're trading players, but where's the upgrades? Where's the space? They still need more.
Asuna slowly regaining some of that HP, but it's only going to be 20. A stinger in hand. Derek has been sharp previously with this weapon, but we'll need to see some magic from him for 100 Thieves recover this round. I think almost just going to wait another 15 seconds for Asuna's second heal. Or maybe not.
Apparently not, just drifting forward. Chronicle, happy with that. Oh.
Not like this.
Shout out to Tommy.
Tommy's got you covered. He's holding the angle.
Tommy's good for his. All right, ult-wise though, Asuna one away, Cryo one away. Still not too far off, Bang's got his. On the other side, actually, not too much to write home about just yet. Probably another round to go, but yeah, this is starting to look a little bit desperate, a little bit messy. Now, that was a round with a little bit of a lighter purchase, so again, don't take too much stock into that. This is the buy round. This is the one with all the rifles that they need. It's the best attempt they're going to have until this point.
I mean, damage control at this point.
Show me what
damage
you've got.
limitation at this point.
And look at the switch up though. Durka now onto the other side of the map. Again, maybe reading the potential. They want to try and pressure this side when they had the buy. And it looks like they are indeed swinging this way. Durka is potentially the guillotine, the blade, waiting to come down on 100 Thieves' heads. But we wait. We see if his patience pays.
How many is
it's
he good
only
for?
Durka. Boast is already over by A. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're all there, they're all there. They're all there and they're all his. Durka is just devious with it. 3 quick kills and 100 Thieves are just left to nothing, left in ruin. This was the best attempt and it's read like a book. Cryo and Bang, good luck.
I mean, how do you break through this now? The first wave being Durka, the second being the onslaught of utility.
The rest of Fnatic.
Yeah, the rest of Fnatic now. Still got a drone to work with here for Leo as well.
It's arduous to watch. Heartbreaking for 100 Thieves who've had such gritty, determined games. And is this how it falls apart? An attempt from Bang, but it's only for one. And we're going to ask big things of Cryo here, and he has not got the answer. This is Fnatic in a different league currently.
Yeah, a cut above. Thieves again going to be struggling financially, whether or not we'll see them just throw into the last few. It's just... It's so rough here. Nobody's drifting out the right side. Even clear double box.
You just say my map. Oh dear. Yeah, I think at 9-1 it might be your map. 18-4 by the way. Quite a good performance. Oh, he's off again.
Yep.
Dirk is feeling like he wants to bully. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yep, and he's away. Right. 35 HP, but dips out of there. Does get punished. Okay. Where the hell was that from?
Stinger wallbang. You don't see them very often. You've got to commit to the res here. 5 standing once again. Chronicle one off his, so you want to see 100 Thieves really lean towards ending on B here, preventing. But actually, Boaster's managed to police the weapon away. So no upgrade on the back of the kill.
Really nice work. I don't know where he found the time or the space to do that. I thought they would have.
There was like 3 members of 100 Thieves there.
Yeah. Okay, the ult's going to come in. This should give them safe passage for a plant. First time in a while. They've been really struggling to get this down cleanly. There's been chip damage galore. They paused for thought. Derek maybe looking for an opportunity. Boaster keeps his head down. So no, Derek jumps up for a second and loses his head. The plant going to come in. Asuna not safe either. Fnatic are not letting the plant. There's nothing going 100 Thieves' way now.
Absolutely nothing. 4 standing. 100 Thieves. We have to scrape together a purchase here. We'll touch base with the ultimates, but the lockdown's the only positive. Cryo, if you can make a play, now's the time to do it with the TP. There's so many bodies here to remove that safety net of the wall going down. Asuna can't even get the spike down.
Oh.
It's uncomfortable viewing, honestly.
It is. It's hard to watch because 100 Thieves just, they can't break ahead of this. 2 ults to play with. An attempt to be made. Chronicle, Alpha, everyone's here. This is way different. 4 players on the A side. Alpha going to get contact off the back of the turret. Does he stick around now?
I mean, concern being 100 Thieves creeping towards B. If Boaster gets the sound cue, he's got the Poison Orb, he's got the Nano Swarm. He can delay long enough. The rotation's already coming through. Fnatic are going to be here to greet this B site here once again.
I quite like the Chronicle is also keeping somewhat of a watch towards middle because that's something that has been unchecked on. But as we noted, it's pretty much all in towards B. This time...
Asuna's eating it.
Oh God, Asuna! He's alive, he is alive. He is alive and standing for now. Derek going to try and at least keep some safety here. Boaster needs to be careful. Stays alive himself as well. It's so contested on this side. There is still no plan to be had. 50 seconds. Bang draws blood. That's Chronicle down. That's good work. Plan going to come in. And now the time's on their side. Durka has watched them. He is keeping them pinned here, out by his side. The cross! Crow hits the shot. He's given them a chance here.
So Boaster was trying to get a half there. Cryo going to find one into Alpha, but this lockdown might catch. No.
No, he's good, he's good. Leo and Boaster up against 4 post-plant. 100 Thieves need to have this. They are desperate for this Leo. How much can you do? That's only 1 foul. He needed more. Boaster 26 HP and time is not on his side. This might be enough. Finally for 100 Thieves to draw the second round, but that's all they're gonna have.
An improvement on the first map, but the same discussion stands. Mountains to climb in the second.
Their work is cut out in front of them. We need to see a resurgence from 100 Thieves, or this one is all but done at 10-2.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog Parlor. What is going on? What is happening?
Yikes. Yikes. Just straight up 10-2 on the half. That's 2 just dominant and disgusting halves. It's bullying at this point.
And it just looks like 100 Thieves is crumbling under the pressure. The coordination is all off. It doesn't feel like they're using their utility very well to clear anything. And on the other side, Fnatic is just loving it. Dirk is just running it down every round and dominating.
Yeah, definitely. Like, even when they try to get control of an area, like, they are able to get every information that they need to. Like, he used his drone on the A side and he wasn't even able to find Dirk there with his jet. And when he was going to be, like, the player was playing backside and he was like drone AB main. And he was like, all the time was so bad for 100 Thieves.
Nothing's going right for them, but what is going right for is Fnatic. And we have a Ryzen high-speed moment of the match. Look at this from Chronicle, a cheeky 3K as well here. Honestly, everything Mimi is just going to the side of Fnatic, it feels like.
Yeah, it really has been. And I mean, to your point, Bazooka, beyond just 100 Thieves failing to clear out space, their solution to that has been, okay, we're going to go B. But they keep throwing this same wall. They keep trying to plant in the same exact spot, and Fnatic continually popping down mollies to stall, spamming out the wall, and then just winning the round every time.
Yeah, there was even that moment on Pistol where Boaster just walks into the smoke and kills the planter in that exact same
And no
spot.
one was back yellow to trade it.
And genuinely, every single player on Fnatic could have had a high-speed moment at this point. Like, straight up. Look at this from Chronicle on the half, 14-4. It's just ridiculous, and I really don't think there's a way back into this for 100 Thieves. Not with the way they just played.
Well, is there a way back, VCT? Do you think 100 Thieves can bring this back? What do they need to do?
It's a really hard to reset, especially after we lost the first match the way it was, and started the second match, like, losing by 10-2. So, you are able to do it, but that's not easy.
Yeah, and it's going to be brutal. This is the last North American squad left in the tournament. They are on the verge of going home. They're on the verge of another Fnatic versus Na'Vi game in a semifinal.
Well, but BZK said it. You can do it. It's not going to be easy, but there is hope. Pansy and Hypog, let's see if 100 Thieves can pull this back.
Never a truer word spoken.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be easy.
10-2. Dirk has almost dropped 20 in the half.
Light work.
Light work. Right. 100 Thieves, show me what you got. I mean, this is it, right? In the most simple terms of this game, there is no tomorrow now for 100 Thieves. It's this map, it's this half, it's this first round. It's now or it's never. You fall away. North America sadly loses the vast majority of its teams now. and they crumble under what is argued to be one of the super teams that we're going to see throughout this year at the very least.
Absolutely no shame in that. With the way Fnatic have played, there is no shame in this scoreline right now, but 100 Thieves have just been simply outclassed so far in this series. Have to make a stand here in the pistol round. Derek finds Durka. Big opener.
Get some confidence beside the side. Get him feeling the game a little, because it feels like they've just been dictated to the whole time. Hard to try and muster confidence with only 2 rounds by your name, but it has to start somewhere. We can see Fnatic leaning back to this mid-walk. Leaving a couple players behind, though.
There is a Nano Swarm just outside Tube here to stop this split from happening, or maybe slow it down a little bit.
It's going to offset the timing. But
Stella doesn't swing off it.
Yeah, they've still got kitchen control at this point, so the rotations aren't on the way, right? So it's the 2 players on the side who have to hold this. It comes down to Stella and Bang to do serious damage because the support is still a little while off. The plant! Oh my god, Chronicle! How the hell did he get Stella there? Brilliant work from Bang and Asuna though. Holding on to this and reading the additional player. Boasted did a bit of damage, but it was traded. And now Alpha, a 1v3. You got to see 100 Thieves lock this down. Do not give him a chance. Do not give him an attempt. 30 seconds to play with.
Don't give him these separate 1v1s.
Nope.
Derek entertaining the idea.
Don't. Please don't. Please don't. It's Alpha. This is the Wonder Kid. This is the young gun, right?
They're not looking this way. Cryo luckily turning at just the right moment to find that kill. And 100 Thieves put their first on the board in the second half. Have to build upon this.
Look, I hate them, but you know, when we speak to coaches or players, they give you the classic, it's round by round, we only think about the round in front of us. That's all they can think about. Genuinely, it sounds like such a non-narrative, but if they think bigger picture, it's all but done. Damn, Asuna, that shot was ridiculous.
You need Asuna delivering them pretty much every round. Need Durka off the board at the start. You need Asuna back to that icebox form.
Oh, but Michael, I've heard things about Frenzies. I get nervous when I see Frenzies. Any other gun? Honestly, a Sheriff I'm pretty chill with. Frenzy, don't know how to feel. Cryo, though, has the big boy rifle. Should be alright. Oh god.
No.
Okay, that wasn't even the Frenzy. Here we go. Thank you, Cryo. There it is. Chronicle, done. Dealt with. 4 more. Boaster should be dead here if he steps out. I keep saying should, maybe, if, because I'm nervous.
I want Cryo and Derek off-site right now. Fnatic are so close to them.
I mean, a Classic or a Frenzy will do enough damage to absolutely endanger your life. Cryo, careful now. This is getting really precarious. Fnatic just tried to toy with it, bring him closer. No intent fully to plant, but now there you're going to see it. The Bulldog's back in the hand for Boaster. Boaster, how much more can you do here? Leo's fallen. Boaster dealing damage. Alpha standing, and now 2 on the other side. The Vandal is currently down. Oh god! Oh god! It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's 4.
Tick in the box.
Tick
Second
in the
on
box.
the board.
Here we go. Here we go.
Damage done on the side of Fnatic. Or not even the 100 Thieves want to try and round out this purchase. Yeah, Derek considering the Vandal there. Asuna going to commit to the Bulldog.
I really don't blame going as all in as you possibly can at this point. 10 rounds against you, as much as yes, you can only play the round in front of you. This one,
there's only two full purchases behind this for Cryo and Derek.
Make it count. The light armor's going out and the rifles for Fnatic. And they start with a look towards A. Derek trying to make sure Asuna does have safe passage, but he's actually going to back away from this. Opts against it, but certainly gets into their heads that there could be a player in towards Nest, and they drift off.
It's like Bang and Stella going to be tested with this B-side hold. Now one thing, just note whether or not Leo's going to be in a position, no shock darts actually, so he can't deal with that first Nano Swarm, something that was completely absent on the side of 100 Thieves. Punished time and time again, and no use of the shock dart to remove that Nano Swarm ahead of the wall going up. No opportunity for it here, wasn't it? They just look to try and spam it. Early snake bite. Nano Swarm burnt up as well, but look at the difference. The wall's invested so much later, so much deeper by Fnatic.
Yeah, but Stella's got a little bit of room, and Derek's found Boaster trying to drift a little deeper. Oh man, I thought Stella could have a swing on that, but no. Durka all too aware, but a great trade. It's a 4v3. The plan now going to commence for Fnatic. Paranoid does not find, and Asuna closing the gap. Alpha's punished Derek, oh dear. This is now a 3v3. Chronicle sticking around here. He is not backed away from this Asuna. Are you going to be able to clear this one? Chronicle still unnoted, still waiting, and now he pulls the trigger. Now he finds Bang, and now look at the rest. Who else is remaining? It's Alpha in a 1v2. 100 Thieves bringing it back to 5.
Clawing their way back in.
Ooh.
Again, you can see the difference. 100 Thieves are so conscious of giving away an opener that they concede all this space. And Fnatic have the awareness. Time and time again, 100 Thieves were investing the wall early, committing to the default plan, didn't really have any tangible information about what was going on behind default, towards connector, nothing. Just relying on that rinse and repeat, clean plant, reset towards main.
But the first challenge has been completed, but it's not over yet, right? We've got a scrappy buy back in for Fnatic. They have a couple of rounds to play with here. I don't mind them going for this sort of stuff.
No, especially not when you're throwing the light armors into their rifle rounds as well.
Yes.
You have the opportunity to put a little more punch in your eco rounds.
Yeah, don't mind it. So again, they're not certainly out of the woods yet. For 100 Thieves, they have to keep on this level. And if they can get a couple of clean rounds, build up their own money, that would be wondrous. They've been missing out on that. A little bit of exploration over towards B long as well. Aston are going to commit the wall this time. They're right in their read. Fnatic are certainly on the other side here.
Dirk are really going to be the one you want to look for an opener here with that Guardian. And Thieves again conceding a lot of space, relying on those nano swarms to either do damage or slow down that spike being planted, buying time for the rotate, or potentially this flank actually from Cryo and Bang.
There is a turret there, so it won't be unchecked on, but it could still do some serious damage. There's the lockdown though. But we noted it early. They were sitting quite deep on this. This wasn't going to be something to really worry about. There go the site committed utility, but it's Cryo on the other side. Hold on. Leo and Alpha. Sat waiting, Bang. Oh, does he get around this? They're just on the other side of this wall. The ult's going to go in on the site. Leo finds Cryo. And now Bang got ahead of it, but this is now worrying signs. It's a 4v4. Bang, does he get the timing right there? They're considering it. Oh dear, it fell apart, and now Chronicles found Asuna. You've got Derek and Stella standing, and this was a round with just kind of Spectres, bits and pieces, stingers, excuse me. Derek looking for Leo, finds him. Great work, needs a bit more though. Alpha on the back lines and boasted towards the site. And look at this patience.
Oh, no.
The short.
He's caught the dart!
It's on him. He's trying to do what he can, but he can't make anything happen. And now Alpha in the 1v2, spotting the players on the site, and the defuse begins. How much more can he achieve? Stella's sitting this. Stella's on it. He's removed, and Fnatic turning it in 100 Thieves' faces. We said they weren't out of the woods just yet, and they are dragged back into them.
I mean, they said you can put a little more bite to your eco rounds. Fnatic ripping that one away from 100 Thieves. Musa just catching the dart on his chest. But didn't end up mattering. The awareness, though, to still be diligent enough to expect a second on that flank. Beautiful stuff from Leo and Alpha.
Oh man,
And look at 100 Thieves buy. It's back down to scraps.
Okay, they did get a couple more rifles. Split. I mean, Asuna really hasn't. There's just, what, 2? Cryo and Bang. And Alpha's just right up the guts, and it's only Alpha. He's got 4 players around him, and he's still taking the fight. Alpha! Insanity on display. Eventually gets dealt with between the Paranoia and Derek, but
they
damn.
concede sight. They concede sight on the back of this engagement. Alpha's commanding so much from 100 Thieves that the plant comes through for free.
Okay, Hunter's Fury, what does it find? A little bit of a tag. Okay, it's going to find Boaster, that's big. They've got the numbers advantage and they're clearing the site step by step. Durka still going to do damage, but not enough. This is great work from 100 Thieves. Right back at them, 4 still standing. They get the upgrades, they get the defuse.
Much needed as well, 4 standing. So we'll be able to establish just a little bit. But just coming back to the same thing, it's not going to matter with Fnatic sticking to that light armor purchase and consistently getting the plants. It's an extra 900 credits per round, even in these losses. They come back in. Actually, Bladestorm online here. I think Alpha's going to be in a position to throw something in here at least. This is around the stark contrast. 100 Thieves look so decisive here to collapse onto Alpha, to get straight back onto site and not allow that post-plant comfort for Fnatic.
I love that. That's a little bit of a glimpse of the 100 Thieves that enamored so many of us during that off-season. Give me some more of that. Again, though, keep your eyes on the purchase. Durka, knives are out and about. Do have the rifle on Alpha. And the rest, just a smattering of bits and pieces. And once again, this look towards A. Dangerous for Cryo, gotta be careful here. Yeah, does get away with his life. Fortunate, but noted. And there's gonna be another noted. 410 is now just smothered and Dirk is on the hunt, prowling for them. Does get away, doesn't overextend, doesn't overheat. The temptation, I'm sure, was calling. But the lockdown's gonna come in, and the plant's gonna come through. And now they gotta hold on to this. Ooh, Boaster might have a bit of a trouble here.
Get detained, but fairly safe here. They have to prevent Asna from getting it, so.
Where's the pressure? There's no
There
pressure.
isn't.
There's none. Asna's sending it. He doesn't need to move again. 100 Thieves stealing the defuse away. It's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last, but they are getting themselves back into this game.
4 rounds separate them, but Fnatic consistently chipping away at these purchases. Cryo finally back on an operator now.
Here we go.
Even look at this scoreline, it's 5-1.
Oh my word.
On this half.
That was so close. Oh, this is... Hey, we said you got to take it round by round, right? What's in front of you? Ignore the scoreline at the top, and they have been.
This
Back
is that determination we wanted to see from 100 Thieves. I almost actually think about, talking about how decisive they were in the previous round. Confidence builders, those sorts of rounds.
Oh, and if Cryo starts heating up with that operator?
What's a different dynamic now for Fnatic to deal with?
That's a lovely prospect.
And it not being the Jet, it's going to be a much deeper hold from Cryo.
There again, a whole lot of information. That A does seem to be that desired end goal, but no big shift of the players just yet. Maybe still paranoid. Could be a lean back over. All gonna go up. Asuna got a little cubby to play in. Sitting toward the screen side here.
2 snake bites. Still to invest here.
Oh my god, oh my god!
Durka.
Durka goes straight towards Asuna, who's sat tucked on the site. But now there's problems. Derek's starting to heat up as well. Fnatic are not having the same sort of access towards the sites here. Denied on the cross, another one found. Alpha's falling. This is the 100 Thieves we were waiting for. Boaster and Chronicle unable to make it through towards the site. The rotations were in at the right time in the end. And now they're left with nothing.
And just a little off timing with Alpha to swing ahead whilst the res was coming through. Nobody in a position to complement that. And 10 seconds left, Chronicle and Boaster. They have to let the clock decide this one. 100 Thieves, man. Getting closer and closer.
I'm looking at when Mini pumps the brakes here. When is that timeout now for Fnatic? Because, look, when you have 11 rounds by your name, when you have a big lead, you get X amount of rounds to play with, right? You get a little bit of freedom rounds. But now there is going to be a problem. 100 Thieves are right at the door. They've got a good purchase beside them. They've got a couple ults to play with. They're starting to look good. They're starting to believe in their own capability, and that was missing map 1. It's been missing here until this half. There is still a buy here for Fnatic. So they're certainly, again, still a problem, still a threat. But you're starting to see a little bit more life from 100 Thieves.
And actually for 4 to survive there, gives 100 Thieves a little stability. Bang does have the Viper's Pit, Judge in hand. Expect that invested off the rip, and yes, going to shut down B main.
Ooh, op v op as well. Dirk has got his Cryo on the other side, but...
I love this though. Both extremities.
Cryo's
Under
pushed
control
up.
of 100 Thieves. Cryo posted up.
Oh, so dangerous. Okay, that's fine. There's
I mean,
no
yeah,
one
he
else
gets ahead
Yep.
of there being 4 people behind this. So absolutely fine with that.
Yep. It's a slip away. Fnatic have filled the space in the meantime.
Well,
ish.
very conscious of where Cryo's repositioned to. It's all the way back to safety. Leo, does he spot him with the drone here? Can he get ahead of that wall? Yeah, he can.
Alright, Cryo's got to move. Yeah, realizes. And it's just a dance between these two. All information games. Do see the lockdown coming in. They should be able to get away scot-free here.
Yeah,
Not too much of a threat.
Nothing to stop that. Still nano swarms though to slow down that cross to default.
Asuna's here, Stella's here. They're all around. Boaster's in danger, down solo. The wall goes up for a little bit of safety, but now the plant does it actually come through. Do they get it in time? Asuna's patrolling on the back of the site, dying for a bit of it. Durka, the shot goes astray. The double dip spots no one. They're already on the back of the site. Ooh, Cryo, a dangerous peek and loses out, but the operator back into hand. Another challenger perhaps, and another failure. But Asuna, good for one. The trade, great. Derek's there, and the 2v2. There's still chance, there's still hope. There is the Hunter's Fury though, and there it is, ringing off in the background. Sits on the first. Oh, it still has gone down. How much can Derek do on his own?
He's got to cancel the first player here.
He's done one.
He's going to reset. Oh!
He predicted Leo, 8 more bullets per time. Derek, how much can you do? 12 for Fnatic. Leo waiting patiently to bounce. Puts him on map point, series point, and 100 Thieves now back under the gun.
Just made it all that much harder. Remove that margin for error that 100 Thieves still had with 1 round missing from Fnatic's scoreboard.
The double dip on that peak is obscene to me. Oof.
Durka just completely unfazed. You can't even fault Stella in this scenario to get the first half through.
He had to do it.
Even there with the last 2 members of Fnatic, the spacing perfect. Alpha doesn't even need to win that first one, just by a little time.
But this was the first in a while for Fnatic. Don't forget that they had been held on 11 for a little bit of time here.
Yeah.
But it's a confidence game, it's a mental game. We need to see if 100 Thieves have that mentality right now. Bang, noting a little bit of information here. Gonna stick around a little longer, but has to respect it in the end.
The trade-off of information here. Still 4 members of Fnatic semi-committed behind this. Asuna already made his way across. Bang, gotta be careful here.
I'm looking at that late lurk as well from Alpha. We'll see what damage he can achieve. Asuna and Stella! Oh, what a shutdown! Perfect work, Fnatic. Starting to falter. Beautiful work from 100 Thieves. Alpha's still nasty, but 1v5 would be a lot even for him.
I want to see weapons kept here for 100 Thieves. Talk about the purchase. Alpha might even just commit to holding on to this weapon. Right place, right time for 100 Thieves. Perfect setup to greet this B site hit. This is the sort of thing we saw them rely on Fracture that just didn't go their way. Sticking to their guns, committing to these engagements. You see the game plan come to effect in a round like this.
We might have a game now. 10 rounds and 100 Thieves truly are back at the door. I want to see where the money lays for Fnatic. I don't think it's in a great spot now. Yeah, I'm seeing Sheriff Stingers. They still have that rifle on Alpha. But outside of that, the wealth now starting to sit a little bit more comfortably for 100 Thieves. Just a couple rounds prior, keeping a couple more players up, certainly beneficial. But Rez on Asuna, locked down with Stella. Derek 2 away as well.
I was going to say Durka won off the Blaze Storm, so he's going to throw a Guardian in here. Even opportunity to try and swing this round as well if he sees fit. Adjustment here, Cryo, to slow down this B hit with the paranoia. Dart doesn't scan, or at least there's no confirmation of a second player here.
It's the first time we're seeing a bit more of a dedicated split, I guess, to my eye.
Well, Asuna's here again very early on.
I wonder how much information someone like Durka and Alpha find off the back of this. Yeah, Derek is holding deep CT, but they get a lot of freedom on the side. They've had no challenges so far, so they're able to slip closer.
Still got a drone though, and still going to actually have another recon back online. Remove Durka.
Very nice. This should be the plant now. Oh, Boaster. Denied that.
Delay coming through once again. Shock Dart to try and follow up as well. And actually, Stella throws the lockdown in here.
Yeah, not taking any prisoners, it feels like. Do they try and offset the timing on the pressure? It looks like they're considering it towards rafters, towards screens. And yeah, they absolutely are. No plant. They've drawn out the lockdown, I guess, but
I mean, that's a big win for Fnatic, honestly, with this purchase.
Asuna. Next challenger. Gonna get it. Lovely. Alpha gone. That, I think, is the rifle actually removed, if I'm not mistaken. At least one of them. Maybe both able to slip that back to hand. Yep. Give that over to Chronicle.
Both has got the rough end of the deal there.
I mean, just trying to draw away ults, trying to draw away weapons. Leo gonna take away from Derek. This will be double digits though for 100 Thieves, and they are doing a fair amount of damage here. This is, obviously the round does go 100 Thieves' way. We talk bigger picture, taking away some of the ults there, taking away some of the weaponry. We'll see what the knock-on effect may be like.
Love the Hunter's Fury in the res here for 100 Thieves. Talked about Fnatic
It's mini
having
time.
that Blade Storm, yeah. Yeah, I mean, because it is getting a little concerning now.
Oh, it's been concerning for a couple of rounds in my mind.
This should have been impossible for 100 Thieves.
Yep. I'm glad I didn't commit a tattoo to this one, because that was the throw from Sue there. You're like, you know, do you believe in miracles? Well, I might be at this point. Fnatic pumping the brakes though.
Another scenario where the stars just aligning for 100 Thieves to even make this a reality.
It's a big reason in my mind where we always look at 100 Thieves as potential. It's like, okay, but imagine if you get an Asuna, you know, Cryo, Bang game, everyone's online, Stella, you know, all the stars align, as you said. If that happens, this team can go toe-to-toe with anyone. We haven't really seen that form. We saw a scrappy form, but this is glimmers of that. It's little threads of that potential really coming to light. Taking this game back from Fnatic after that first half? Come on. This could be huge. This, I dare say it, map 3. We wait. Mini with the timeout now. What has he cooked up? What's he got brewing for us here at 12 to 10?
I mean, just looking at it, outside of this, it's only going to be Leo and Durka to be able to purchase here after this. So technically they win this. 100 Thieves will be in a position to convert and force overtime. See if Durka can get anything done with the base. I don't think he spotted that. Oh, he actually did, yeah. Thought it was just out of line of sight, but doesn't want to deal with it just yet. 100 Thieves completely giving up A site.
Yeah, but it's allowing them a lot more room to kind of lean towards middle, to kind of have that support system by Bang, so it kind of works out well. Durka, I mean, this just seems desperate. He is in real trouble here. He's going to be chased down with the Hunter's Fury. Wasn't noted the first time. Tag goes on to Leo. Look at the damage!
Big tags!
Oh my god, that's massive! Softened up the walking wounded Fnatic. Now struggling to find their way in. Bang being a problem as well, buying precious seconds, keeping them locked in.
The crazy thing is, things like that are when that light armor purchase looks really concerning.
Yeah. First time it's really come back to haunt them. We haven't seen that punished to this extent before.
I mean, Leo's 30 HP, Alpha's 45, Durka's 36, Chronicle 45, Boaster, the only healthy member of Fnatic right now. And they're running into a Nano Swarm setup again.
Boaster's going to have to bail him out with something here. First time we've seen him explore this option, and he actually best cryo. Huge. And this is now going to tell a different tale. It kind of almost indicative of that B hit here. Asuna deals with it quickly. Rez is back up, but the site is under scrutiny. 20 seconds now, and this is where the problem started out. Dirk is in danger. He can't stay alive, just sees a little leg, and he's left down to the shorty. They still need a plant to come in. They're going to get it just about now with 13 seconds. Any more chip damage, any more danger. They're done for. Durka delivering, but the spike gets denied. No one's planting right now. They have to hold on to this round. Finally, they get back to the plant, but it's a 2v2. Durka gets it down. He's already got the shot. He's Alpha finds Asuna. Bang! Leads it. Oh! That's how it ends.
Oh भाई ये क्या ending थी?
The comeback is crushed. Fnatic move forward, and there is no tomorrow for 100 Thieves.
It's so crazy that they get away with pulling that execute off. You look at the setup, you look at the damage done, you look at the Nano Swarm still there, the time, the clock, the shot does. It's madness.
There's no way that's the round that they converted. I guess, hey, if we look bigger picture, that's karma coming back around for some of those cheeky defuses, those naughty rounds that 100 Thieves are getting away with. But out of all the rounds we've seen, I felt like that one was the one that they were going to be able to pull this game back, potentially open up a map 3. 100 Thieves, what a squad. What potential this team has, and once again, we wait to see if that comes through later down the line.
A tough event for them overall, and like I said, stretch the distance in all their series, and even here, you almost want to see this one go to a third map with that comeback, almost deserving of it, but then take nothing away from Fnatic's performance.
Yeah, these boys are looking incredible. A mean-looking team, faltering a little on the second half, but that looks like the closest game we've had so far for them, and they still pulled it across the line. Stars aligning for these boys. See,
Alpha just doesn't get the memo for any of these celebrations.
He's never in the conversation.
No.
He's out his headphone on, you know what I mean? But at 13 scoreline, Mike, this was...
Hello, Banshi.
Hello, भाई का मैच हुआ अभी मजा आया.
और बंशी, क्या हाल बंशी?
हाँ बोल एक मिनट. I want to come back to the comp. I don't want to harp on it too much, but seeing Asuna on the attack, the one that has to commit to getting the wall down and the spike, historically, you know what he's capable of. Then you talk about Cryo not being on the jet and not being able to support Asuna on that front line.
हाँ तो ठीक है मैं आ रहा हूँ 2 मिनट. तो इसका खत्म हो जाए तो बोल देना. हाँ मैंने हेडफोन उतार रखा है.
कहाँ पे बोल रहा है?
यही बोल देना हेडफोन उतार रखे लेकिन ब्रांच की सुनाई देगा मेरे
Man, that first half, it feels like two very different games, right? A tale of two halves completely. And you think, God, if only we saw that spark in 100 Thieves earlier.
ब्रांच कोई तरीका पता है कि लाइक जीपीयू ओवरहीट हो रहा है ओवरहीट ना हो.
यार वो ये सारी चीजें स्ट्रिक्ट से पूछ यार मेरे को नहीं पता.
गाइस पार्टी मेरे को निकाल दो पार्टी से.
I loved how this ended. It was a little wild, but it felt almost suitable as a way to kind of...
मैं जॉइन करता हूँ बाद में, ठीक है?
Absolutely. I mean, EMEA...
तू खेलता रहे हम चुप बैठे.
So we'll ride that high. And